guess. It's good to see you all again.
Who's... Bro,
Yet he is no ordinary man.
nights I'm caught in city shenanigans. Spent 1,000, did a show and made it back again. I'm real passionate about the craft I pursue. I can't lose when faced with a struggle. I only grew. My roots, they run deep, so far you can't reach. My sound was underground, but now it's blasted in the streets. It's crazy how a roll of the dice can change your life. I rose from the ashes, gripped the mic, and I took flight. I'm right to be the greatest, the dopest on your playlist. Here to say the game like young Neo in the Matrix. Yeah, you know they call me a prophet. Knowledge to any topic, I'm a guru with the logic. Bringing positive vibes, dividing lies from dreams. Trying to find balance while we steady walking this beam. It seems like these days smoking haze don't do it for me. Searching for a reason to keep moving on this journey. Word from the wise, seeing visions with the third eye. Rocking it with philanthropy, this is hip-hop revive. Lyricism is soulful, home cooked like it's soul food. Here to fill the hole in your heart with nothing but love for the music.
Wouldn't wanna let you
For the music. Nothing but love for the music.
I was born to lay it down. When you listen to the sound all around, I'm a king, don't need a crown.
Feel like the phoenix with burning wings after this trouble. Yeah. Give me some more again and take the lock on my muzzle. Drop and recover. Break my bones, but won't take me away like a buzzard. The cloud is beautiful, but then it covers. Imagine no sky existed, it wouldn't feel like it shudders. It'll show in times like these, there's no shame to be brothers. Yeah. But sisters, I'm not talking race, it's a mindset. Sting with the words, don't hit the flesh with a bayonet. There's a fire growing everywhere my eyes rest. Why's the river flowing blacker than its licorice? It's a bummer, man, there's too many cages, more than Nicholas. I'm dealing with people in my path is talking gibberish. Not giving a damn will put your name onto the winners list. It's like the world is alcoholic in it now, but the crime is it. I'ma go and make the best of it. Trying to make an entrance where an exit is. I'll do the best I can and never be immaculate. I'll need a push just like an arrow did. And life can give it to me effortless so I can tackle it.
Wouldn't wanna let you down. I was born to lay it down. When you
Just to let everyone know, we're still working on an RC, and I'll have that out for everyone to take a look at here in a little bit. Thanks.
We're going to start to break the sample. They may break differently.
I loved the look of it, and I also loved the imperfections of it, and all of the different things that you could use to create your piece of work, your mosaic.
We're going to start with breaking.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Friday, February 14th. Where we left off yesterday is Committee of the Whole, Group 4. 104 is on the table. And we had discussed an RC on the record with many questions and answers back and forth. RC, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to RC 142 that has just been issued, is now available, which relates to Proposal 104. And now that it's out, we'd like everyone to review it, and we will come back in an hour and pick up where we left off. We'll come back in an hour, which will be about 10:25 approximately. See everyone then. Thank you.
Babe, it's time to get up.
Can't be that time already.
Come on, you know you're gonna have a busy day today.
No, I know. I'ma get up. But you know, I think it's gonna be a real good morning, yo. I feel it. Yeah, alarm buzzing, I think it's time that I wake up. Singing in the shower while my girl does her makeup. Kiss on the cheek while I wish her a good day. She handed me my iPod and said, damn, I love you, babe. Popped in my headphones and started my walk. I would've went for a drive, but my whip's in the shop. Look at the clock, 7:45. Looks like I'm running late again. Always trying my luck, but you gotta play to win. I really need one, fighting these demons. Be prepared, life changes like the seasons. I adapt to rap schemes and flash things that I got from music, plus all the problems that cash brings. That's expected when you trying to be great. Just know I give it my all, I know that y'all can relate. I feel the weight, but I just keep pushing. Music is here to help me like a good woman. See, I could never do none of this on my own. Glad that I found a place that I could call home. A comfy bed that I could fall on. Keep dreaming until the day that they come true. Live and learn, enjoy the life that you go through. Never worry, cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, you know what they say, good things take time. Seems we always in a rush but never opened our eyes to see things grow, take things slow. Young boy exploring the world and be home before them street lights show. Been on the road since them old days. Kenzie serving up rhymes like a buffet. Staying humble because that's how I was raised. Finding ways that was different. That ain't the hard part, it's staying consistent. But damn, life seems to catch me in a bad place. But I'll wait till my spirit starts to levitate. We reach for the peak, trying to find something new. Finally off of work, time to do what I do. Locked in the stew, relieving all my stress in the booth. Shit never gets old, I just love coming home to you. This love in my heart is something I wanna pass to you. The flame lives on, I'll be here when all else is gone. Yeah, cause fam is real, the bond is still. You know my team keeping vintage like a Coupe de Ville. Feels great that I finally found a place of my own. Kick my feet up, can't do no wrong. As long as I'm home, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 10:27 a.m. As indicated earlier, we had a 1-hour stand down to allow everyone to review RC 142. And as indicated earlier, where we left off yesterday was proposal 104 is on the table. Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to take 104 off the table. I'd like to substitute language found in RC 142 for that proposal, Mr. Chair.
Would second and ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the language in RC 142 for proposal 104 is now before us. Board discussion. Yes, if the department could go through RC 142 for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Matt Miller. I am the Sportfish Cook Inlet Management Coordinator. So RC 142 that's before us, changes in here that we'll go through. So beginning at the top with A, we see highlighted at the bottom of that section, beginning June 20th through August 15th, the provisions of this management plan are in effect. I believe, as I mentioned yesterday, so there's 2 Kenai king salmon runs, the early run, which is managed in June, and the late run, which is managed in July. So this plan would have some implications from late run management go into effect a little bit earlier. Mr. Chair, do you want me to do you want staff to run through the whole plan, or would you like to go through it section by section, or what's your?
Is it the board's preference to go through the changes, the highlighted items? That appears to be the board preference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Section B down here, the next one, the department shall manage late run Kenai River King salmon to achieve, and the change here is from the sustainable, from the SEG of 13.5 to 27 to an OEG of 15,000 to 30,000. Down in the next section, C, there it just talks about changing it from the SEG to the OEG. Again, in D, Delta, it just reflects the change from an SEG to an OEG. On the next page, E, Echo, same thing, just changes, reflects the change from an SEG to an OEG. The first, or the next significant change that we have is under E, in the Kenai River sport fishery. The use of bait is prohibited. This is to meet the OEG, which is currently in regulation. And C is currently in regulation. The use of bait and retention of king salmon are prohibited. This would add B. The use of bait is prohibited and retention of king salmon 36 inches or greater is prohibited. So that would be a new tool that would be provided in this plan. And from there, I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Shields.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Pat Shields. I'm the Management Coordinator for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Picking up from where Matt left off in RC 142, under number 3 on the second page there, the one change that we referred to yesterday in this RC from the current management plan is that the East Foreland section would now be part of the restrictive paired provisions. They were, in the previous plan, were excluded from that. So now we get in again, as mentioned yesterday, into the part of the plan where the two fisheries have what are called paired provisions, restrictive provisions, and they are keyed in by what Matt just went over. If the sport fishery in the month of July 1 to July 31, is restricted to, the sport fishery is restricted to being prosecuted with no bait, or fishery that could be retained 36-inch or less, or no retention, then the commercial set gillnet fishery and all of the upper subdistrict would fall under one of 3 restrictions, paired restrictions. And the first would be the no bait would key in a restrictive hourly provision in the set net fishery to where they would be open by emergency order only, no Monday and Thursday regular periods, and up to 48 hours a week with a 36-hour Friday window. At the 36-inch provision in the sport fishery, the set net fishery, the new part of the plan, would put them at 36 hours, no more than 36 hours of EO time and a 36-hour window. And the final one would be at no retention. The east side set net fishery would be prosecuted with up to 24 hours of fishing time and a 36-hour window. Moving on in the plan now, and these are parts that we will want clarification. I'll state as what we understand the plan to say, and then you can correct us or provide different intent. On July 31, if the sport fishery ends in a restriction, any one of the 3 that has just been referenced, beginning August 1, the east side set net fishery will be prosecuted with 36 hours, no more than 36 hours of fishing time per week, and a 36-hour window. The only way the commercial fishery could come out of that 36-hour weekly restriction would be if the OEG is achieved. So if the sport fishery ends the month on July 31 in a restriction, the commercial fishery will begin in August with a restriction. And the only way the commercial fishery would come out of that restriction is if the OEG is achieved. If the sport fishery ends the month on July 31 with no restriction, the commercial fishery would begin August 1 under the Kenai River Sockeye Salmon Management Plan and would not be subject to achievement of the OEG. They'd be subject to a meeting the OEG. I'll restate that. So if we began on July or August 1 and the sport fishery ended on July 31 with no restriction, they were being prosecuted with full bait and a full harvest fishery, under the perception at the time that the OEG was going to be achieved, and we get into August, the set net fishery would be under the sockeye plan and would remain in that plan unless the OEG would be, there would be, what's the word I'm looking for? In season, we projected that the OEG would not be achieved. So I see confusion. I'll try that one more time. On August 1 or July 31, if the sport fishery is being prosecuted at full bait and full retention, they would be doing so under the understanding that the OEG was going to be achieved. The set net fishery would start out under the sockeye plan on August 1 and would remain in that plan as long as we were projecting achieving the OEG. That's our understanding. However, going back, if we start on August 1 in a restriction in the set gillnet fishery, the only way they can come out of that is achievement of the OEG, not a projection of achievement. So that's a critical difference that you can instruct us on if I've said that wrong. The other thing that's in the amended plan now is that our understanding of the 600-foot fishery, that it would not be subject to the hourly or gear limitations that are in this new plan the RC 142 describes. So the 600-foot fishery, set gillnet fishery in the upper subdistrict would be exempt from the hourly and gear restriction provisions of this plan. We would also like to ask you if the Kasilof River Special Harvest Area would also fit within those exemptions. Finally, the last thing, and we went over this yesterday, if there is a restrictive hourly provision or a paired restriction that the set gillnet fishery is operating under, then the commissioner we will have a gear limitation as described in RC 142, and it's one of these two restrictions that are identified. It is a shall, but the commissioner could pick which one of those he or she decided to use. But it's no longer an option to have gear restrictions. They will be in place, but the option is which one of those two the commissioner would choose to use at that time. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Shields and Mr. Miller. I appreciate that run through, and to my understanding, that is consistent with the discussions that occurred yesterday and the clarification that we provided to the department before we broke to write the language, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, either to Mr. Shields or Mr. Miller, in that achievement or meeting or projecting the OAG in the scenario you gave, it seems like the two would never be different. It'd be the exact same scenario. Like, on those dates you gave, the department's not, I mean, the likelihood of making that OEG if 3 days before it ends we're full bait and full harvest is going to be 100%. So they same thing. It's going to go back to sockeye management in either scenario.
Well, through the chair to Mr. Payton, I guess we could use 2019 as an example. By the end of July, we were still projecting, I'm not want to put an adjective on how comfortable we were, that we would achieve the SEG for king salmon, late run, large king salmon in the Kenai River, and then it just fell off. It really just died on us and ended up being a very early run. So yeah, I just wanted to, if it's Upper Cook Inlet, if these kind of things can happen, they sometimes do. So I just wanted to try to paint a scenario to you that we could be at the end of July projecting an OEG. The sport fishery could be being prosecuted at full bait and full harvest. We would start the set net fishery on August 1 then under the sockeye plan and would remain under that plan as long as we projected achieving the OEG. So yeah, it's different, and so to get out of the restrictions or to remove them, to have in the set net fishery, if we began the month with on August 1 in a restriction, because the sport fishery had ended the month in a restriction, the only way to remove those restrictions is achievement of the OEG, not a projection.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I understand that clearly, and I think that is that's definitely my intent. Yeah, and with the language provided here. Thank you,
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. You know, the only thing we can predict about these fisheries truly is that they're unpredictable. And what we're trying to do here is to provide the department with some flexibility and some tools to implement to respond to that unpredictability.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to like the basics of this plan as it's, or this proposal as it's outlined, and it is still the board's prerogative to establish an OEG. Is that not correct? And we've had some discussion about how we got here, and yet I'm curious, from the department's perspective, since the department had a different number for an SEG, what were the factors that were brought into this discussion to establish this proposed OEG, and what that is likely to do for management? One of the questions that's been asked of me, and I don't have the answer to, but it's a difference of on the lower end of 1,500 fish from 13,500 to 15,000. What does that mean in terms of getting sockeye into the Kenai River? Is there some sort of ratio that, how many kings, how many sockeye does it take to go up the river to save, some number of kings in particular? And, also more basic than that, I suppose, is, what are the projected returns on a larger OEG? I look at the charts in, in RC 115 in particular, where different numbers are proposed for the SEG and the OEG, and I realize that there's an element of art as well as science to this, but it looks to me as if, the further you move in the direction of the OEG, the lower the potential future returns may be. So I guess that's two questions, or at least two questions, but if I could get some help on that, it would be useful to me. First one being, maybe what does 1,500, extra kings into the river system mean for sockeye escapement? Is that a question does that question make sense, and could someone help me with that?
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, through the chair, there was a few questions in there, so we'll try and bust it apart. I can speak to what the OEG might mean to the king salmon fisher, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Shields if that's what you're getting at about how that might affect sockeye fisheries.
Please.
Okay. So the department establishes BEGs and SEGs. And of course, the board has the authority and the obligation, if they feel that it should be higher, to set an OEG, an optimal escapement goal. Typically, the difference on that would be when we're setting goals, when the department's setting goals based around MSY. So those goals are set to maximize yields, to have yields on these fisheries. The farther to the right on those curves, and we have an RC, you can see all those curves, the more you're typically getting away from yield, but perhaps having better fishing. So it would put more fish in the river, but you might not be able to harvest them because you're sacrificing abundance for yield. And that's a decision that the board can make. That's going to benefit some users and not some others. So that's overall kind of the difference typically between MSY goals and if you're managing more for abundance or recruitment in there, you move farther on there. Management perspective, what that does for us is that, for example, the emergency order authority to increase and liberalize sport fishing on king salmon in river is based on projections to exceed the upper end of the goal. So if that goal has moved over to the right, for example, from 27,000 to 30,000, then we're able to take, we're less likely to take restrictions early, to liberalize. So if we can still liberalize, it would be a little bit later because the goal is a little bit higher. It's just our goalposts have moved a little bit. Still able to manage for it, but it just might change when and if those actions happen. And then on the reverse side of that, if the lower end of the goal is higher, we're probably going to have to take restrictions earlier if those are needed. And then I'll pass it over to Mr. Shields to talk about the sockeye impacts.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Johnson, it's a little difficult to answer the question, but I'll just give you some, a scenario. With the sockeye run, if we're under the Kenai River Sockeye Management Plan, we are given a maximum number of hours that we can fish the set net fishery in each tier. And then there are some provisions that apply to the drift gill net fishery too. So if we got into August and we were at a restriction, the restriction now is 36 hours, as in RC 142. If we were in the sockeye plan, the number of hours that we can fish on a small run is 24, 2 12s, 2 regular periods, and 24 additional hours, so up to 48 hours. In the middle tier, we can fish 2 12s and up to 51, that's 75 hours. And on a large run, we can fish 2 12s and 84 hours, so over 100 hours in a week. Excuse me, so the potential reduction in sockeye harvest by going to the restrictions that are in 142 would be dependent upon which tier we're in. But it could be a pretty substantial number of hours that, that we would not be able to fish to harvest those sockeye. I just can't give you a number. I can't put a range around it. We have some estimates for early in the season in the Kasilof section, but this would be, what you're talking about would be later in August if we were in a restrictive fishery with the set gillnet fishery, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I could just follow up, in discussion with stakeholders, this 15,000 number, I guess, was was identified, a number of years ago, based on all size kings, and this is a large king goal, so there would seem to be some differences there that could apply, but that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. Payton?
Thank you. I'll take a stab at the OEG since looks like we're leading off on this. I think an OEG of 15 to 30 is our response. I think we should be we'd be irresponsible not setting it there for these kings. Yes, we will have some foregone harvest, and this is only in times of low abundance. This plan only kicks in if we're not hitting the goal. So when the kings do come back, we're not into these restrictions. So I want to make sure everyone understands that. This isn't normal regulations. This is a very special plan designed to protect these Kenai kings, which there's no other kings like them in the world. We all know there's less of them. We all know they're getting smaller. So I think it's this board's responsibility to protect this. These are dinosaurs. They're going away. Everyone knows that. You can't dispute it. So, yes, raising the goal a little bit could potentially forego some sockeye harvest. I don't think anyone acknowledges otherwise. Everyone realizes that. So, do we sacrifice one species potentially, a discrete genetic stock, over some foregone harvest of sockeye? That's really what it boils down to me. And in this case, I think we need to draw the line and say we're willing to forego some harvest on sockeye in times of low king abundance. And if you look at the probability curves in RC 136 on the Kenai Chinook late run, if you bracket 15, the probability curve is actually higher on the low end to achieve MSY. It's a higher probability on the low end for Chinook late run at 15 to achieve MSY on the low end. The probability curves say that. The overfishing probability curves then go down. So we're bumping it up a little bit, increasing the odds of making the probability of hitting MSY on the low end. And I understand if you bracket it, it overall could reduce yield and some opportunity on kings. But that's fine. So this theoretical yield doesn't work great for an in-river king fishery. To me, this theoretical yield is just an efficiency thing. Yes, it might reduce the return per spawners on kings, but when people think it's diminishing returns, it isn't. If you bracket it more MSR, recruits, or returns, you put more fish in the river. The yield is efficiency of it. And I'd like to remind stakeholders and board members that the early run Chinook king salmon, which we went through 3 years ago, we set the escapement goal based on kind of an MSR profile. And then the department basically said in their report that Chinook are taken primarily by sport fisheries with limited harvest, and thus large run size and high catch rates are important priority. Run size is associated with large recruitments. So that was in their escapement goal report in 2017. So I'm 100% behind this 15 goal. In some years, it will affect sockeye harvest, and I'm willing to accept that trade-off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I concur with Mr. Payton's comments and would like to tie that back to the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy, where the OAG considers biological and allocative factors. First, Ms. Carlson-Van Dort, then Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thanks, Mr. Payton, for those comments. I couldn't agree more. And, just to restate it, if we're in times of abundance and the run improves, then we have no problem. Is kind of how I see it. But right now, it isn't improving, and I think that that's a big problem. And if we're at times of low abundance without implementing this OEG, I fear that we could remain in times of low abundance, and we will constantly be in this push me, pull you with the sockeye escapement and this issue of foreground harvest. And so for those reasons, I will be supportive of the 15,000 OEG.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey.
So I want to go to Mr. Payton's comments. And I'll be clear, I haven't heard the King situation on the Kenai expressed in such dire and ominous terms as that. So just from a devil's advocate perspective, if they're going to go the way of the dinosaur and we accept that, and it's not just hyperbole, we don't try to, hasten that, obviously, but isn't this tantamount to just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic from the standpoint you're foregoing some sockeye harvest in exchange for delaying the inevitable?
Could you reform that question, maybe dumb it down for me a little bit?
Okay, so the Kings, if that's an inevitability because that's the trend line they've been on, they've gotten smaller in numbers, they've gotten smaller in size, that, eventually we're going to lose them. So in the near term, we sacrifice some of the sockeye harvest in order to provide optimal, an optimal number of kings. But the trend line is what it is, and ultimately they're going to be gone eventually. If in fact we believe that there's nothing we can do, isn't that just delaying the inevitable? Basically foregoing some of the sockeye harvest just to delay the inevitable.
Yes, thank you. I understand your question perfectly now. This is the line in the sand to stop delaying this is how to change that, in my view.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
No, that's very helpful.
Okay,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Carlson-Van Dort.
Thank you. Yeah, to Mr. Godfrey's question, I refuse to believe that this is an inevitability. We have an opportunity here that we shouldn't squander, and that's the point of the OEG and this proposal.
Thank you. I happen to have a copy in front of me of the statute under Title 44, Section 44.09.080, state government, state seal, flag, and emblems, and it indicates the king salmon is the official fish of the state. And yes, I concur with my fellow board member that we have heard that it's potentially inevitable that the kings are ratcheting down, but I will not subscribe to the idea that we stand by and watch our premier species disappear on my watch anyway. It is difficult. It's a weaker portion of the stock. It has the minimal number of all our salmon is the king salmon, but it's our state fish. It's the most prized, I think everyone would agree, of all our salmon. And I do recall that last couple of Cook Inlet meetings, we did have a slide presentation that showed it actually showed a scale where in the opinion of the person that submitted to RC that the king didn't have as much weight as the red, and the red was more valuable, and I take great offense at that. I think that we should protect the weaker portion of the stock, especially our state fish. Further board discussion. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, I'll follow up and I guess boil down my philosophy and why I think the 15,000, doing this plan, doing the OEG. So everyone knows the largest king salmon in the world, sport fishing record, was out of the Kenai River in, I think, 1985? I guess, Mr. Miller, can you elaborate us on that? Someone's got to know this.
Mr. Payton, through the chair. Yeah, I believe that's about what it was.
Okay, Les Anderson, I think. Anyway, everyone wants to catch a world record thing or shoot a number 2 moose in the world, not the world record, just number 2. Everyone wants that chance. I want my daughter's granddaughter to have that chance on the Kenai. I'm still optimistic for that. We see in other parts of the state with other species, that opportunity to harvest a world record thing that sets Alaska aside from everywhere else in the world. It's very special. And it's the Kenai River king salmon. I want everyone's kids, grandkids to have the opportunity to expect to go fishing on the Kenai River and potentially catch a new world record king salmon. That should never go away based on some foregone harvest of another species.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. I'll reference a couple of particularly obvious allocation criteria. The importance of each fishery in providing recreational opportunities for residents and non-residents. We heard how important it is to everyone that they have recreational opportunities in this state, and the importance of each fishery for providing residents the opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption, because kings are also eaten. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't, I hope no one assumes that I have a desire to see these king salmon disappear. They're a very special fish, and that goes without saying. And I think that desire, as you say, on the part of people to catch a really huge king has been part of the problem in the past, and that if I were running a guiding operation, I would certainly want to target, big fish for my clients, so I'd get more back the next year. And I think not having participated in that fishery, and truth be told, the only king salmon I ever caught on a fishing rod was not a foot long. Anyway, that's me. But I think there's danger in targeting the areas, where spawning's taking place, and in targeting, some of those big females. That said, I guess I'd like to hear more about how this management plan is going to play out, and how it's going to affect the commercial fishery, which is important too. We've been through this, we've been round and round on this, but there is a value to the state and the population of the state, and of those fish that are caught by the commercial fishery, and also feed Alaskans. One of the things that kind of jumps out of my mind here is that once these restrictions begin, the commercial, guided sport industry continues to fish, but the commercial fishery is restricted, and those restrictions, are probably a good thing. But at some point, those restrictions that, the guided sport industry continues. That business continues, even without retention, even without bait, et cetera. And I'm concerned that maybe going too far, especially when the catch in certain sections, of the sednet fishery really don't catch that many kings. That may be a function of lower abundance too, but this is something that I think we need to consider before we go too far down this road. And I'd like to hear more from other board members.
Relating to our discussion, I'll reference the policy for management of mixed stock salmon fisheries, wherein it indicates the board must weigh how harvest of healthy stocks will be managed in order to protect the less robust components of the fisheries. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. So to Mr. Johnson's points, I spent a lot of time this past week, and especially yesterday, with stakeholders trying to achieve a compromise on this RC. And I think to try and address and accomplish the reversal of the late-run Kenai king salmon downward trend will require all of the users to give a little bit. And I think I heard that certainly in public testimony. And the ultimate goal, as we all well know, is to rebuild to a productive and sustainable level for everyone in all fisheries to enjoy. With respect to RC 142 and the elements of it, I've confirmed with those stakeholders that what is contained in the proposal as it's before us represents those important elements of that compromise, and that compromise that was matrixed out in RC 145. And I think that as you step down in those tiers, in times of restriction, both the commercial and the sport fleet will be feeling restriction. So the commercial fleet will still have opportunity to harvest as you step down those tiers.
Mr. Payton.
Yes, thank you. And maybe, Mr. Johnson, you could provide some clarity to me and, under general regulations, when everything's good, both fisheries are following the normal plans. The sport fishery is following its normal regulation, and then the commercial fleet is following the sockeye plan. So when everything's normal, things are normal. When we go into paired restrictions, I think to me, when you asked that, it was indicating that something's not fair or paired, and that's kind of subjective. This is what a bunch of stakeholders came up, and I will preference that not every stakeholder over there agrees with it. Yeah, not everyone in the room, it was general consensus between few people, and went through some mini versions, and I applaud Member Van Dort for working so hard on this. So I see it kind of in the same light. Yeah, it steps them down. You can argue about what's equal, what's not, but everyone feels some pain there. So unless you have something real specific, I guess that too, in the RC 142, that's all I could address really for your concerns.
Mr. Johnson.
Maybe I could just follow up with a question. One of the areas that doesn't seem to be, harvesting a great deal of Kenai kings, if any, is in the Kasilof area, and maybe if the department could explain to me how this plan is going to affect the Kasilof area fisheries.
Mr. Shields.
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, I was conversing with staff. Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
In trying to determine just how this plan is going to be affecting the east side setnet fisheries in particular, the Kasilof area doesn't seem to have a large impact on Kenai king salmon. And could you explain, please, how this management plan will affect the Kasilof area in particular?
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair to Mr. Johnson. Yeah, the department has provided some genetics reports on the stock composition of the Kasilof section set gillnet fishery. I think that has actually been RC'd from the beginning of the season through the start of the Kenai section, which is July 8, July 9. And for the past 10 years, 2010 to 2019, Kasilof section set gillnet fishery takes on average about 167, 168 Kenai River large main stem king salmon. That was the average per year during that time frame. During that same time frame, they harvested about 158,000 sockeye salmon. So 165, 170 large king salmon to 155 to 160,000 sockeye salmon. Kasilof section may open as early as June 20th. By regulation, they open June 25th. But if there are 50,000 sockeye salmon projected to be in the Kasilof River before June 25th, they may open as early as June 20th. I could get you how often that happens, but it's probably 1 or 2 times out of every 5 years, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. And this plan, begins the 20th of June. That's not likely to impact that provision of the Kasilof fishery if a certain number of fish are in the river, that section could still open that early? Is that correct?
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson, no, yeah, they would still be allowed to open, but the way RC 142 is currently written, as we understand it, the paired restrictions would apply as soon as the Kasilof section opened. If the sport fishery issued a preseason or took preseason action prior to that date to restrict the sport fishery.
And if I could follow up, how early is the department likely to make that projection as to where we're headed on this escapement goal?
Mr. Johnson, through the chair. So just to follow up on what Mr. Shields was saying, as I'd mentioned earlier, we have the early run and the late run. And as we start looking at the late run forecast, and then we look at performance of the early run, we start making decisions about any preseason actions, if we need to take them, on that July fishery. Typically, we make those as soon as we can, but what dates are we looking at? The last week, typically around that last week of June. And what this plan is saying on the, I believe it's the third page under large D, if preseason restrictions are issued for the late run Kenai River king salmon sport fishery, then all upper subdistrict setback fisheries are restricted. Our interpretation of the intent of this is that if we make a preseason, if a preseason restriction is necessary and we issue that last week of June for the July fishery, then the effect on that commercial fishery is an effect from the date that that emergency order is issued. It won't go into effect on the sport fishery until July 1. But if we issue it on June 20th or June 26th, as soon as that issue date is, then that's when it would affect and have these restrictions on the commercial fisheries. Now, the thinking behind that is that these Kenai River kings come up that beach, and Mr. Shields can talk about that. And so if a preseason emergency order is needed to protect that late run king salmon stock, then they want that effect to be all the way up the beach as they're moving into the river, not waiting until July 1st. Does that help, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, thank you. And who will be making this decision? Will it be Sportfish or Comfish who makes this decision, or will it be a commissioner's decision?
It's a department decision, so it's not Sportfish or Comfish. It's be my decision.
Thank you.
Mr. Haight?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was having some conversations with staff and Mr. Peterson. Just going back to the clarification the department had on your intent and really related to sections big E and F, there would need to be some amended language to that. And I'm looking at what the department offered here, just sent to me earlier. And, you know, it is some amendments. And I don't know if you want to see those before we go much further, just so you're comfortable with those, or if you actually want to amend this substitute language based on that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that this language that would be voted on here would be changed based on what you conveyed to staff.
Mr. Payton?
Yeah, I think for all parties involved, we'll want to see the language. Thank you.
Do we have any more discussion, or we would like to step down? Commissioner?
I do think we need further guidance on the Kasilof special harvest area. So before we break and try to put additional language on, I think we should have a discussion of what your intent is with respect to that.
Okay. Mr. Payton?
So I guess, I'll kick off the questions on that. So I guess what's the department question is whether it applied to it or not. And then if so, I guess I would be interested in any king data we have in the special harvest area, if any, for Kenai, large fish, you know, genetic stock information.
Through the chair to Mr. Payton, if I heard your question, you're asking if we have stock composition estimates from the KRSHA?
Yes, I'm asking that, and then I'm also asking you to ask us what the clarity you're looking for is. I forgot, that was earlier in the conversation.
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, we'll get you that stock composition estimates of harvest in the KRSHA. When we're not in paired restricted provisions, the hours that we use in the special harvest area at the Kasilof River they've been exempt from any of the hourly exemptions that we have in a Kenai plan. So we just wanted to ask you, your intent, if that would also occur, like the 600-foot fishery you've instructed in RC 142 would be exempt. Would the KRSHA, the special harvest area, also be exempt in this plan, in this RC? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just on face value, I think that would be my intent, but I have to confer with other board members and look at some data, but I assume we have that special harvest area in place to conserve on king salmon, and it's been established that very little king salmon are caught in that area. So I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, my intent would be the same as Mr. Payton's. I think that's the exact reason for the special harvest areas, to get them on sockeyes and not catch kings. I may be off base, but I think that's what the rule is.
Mr. Peterson or staff?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Robert Begich, Sportfish Area Research Biologist. We do have estimates of Chinook salmon harvest by stock from the Kasilof River harvest area, and I can give those to you now, or we can RC it, or it's a published report. How do you want to do it?
I think if you have them in front of you, just maybe verbally read them would be fine.
Sure. The Fishery Data Series Report 20-06, Eastside Set Gillnet Chinook Salmon Harvest Composition in Upper Cook Inlet, Alaska, 2019, recently published, has a summary of harvest in the large fish harvest in the special harvest area. It's for the years 2013 and 15 when it was used. Dates are July 17th through August 2nd. The range of harvest for Kenai main stem fish was 21% to 32%, with an average of 25 over that time period. And that's a table in the report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. 25 large kings. Okay, from the Kenai River. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, 25%.
Percent of what?
Percent of the total harvest, the proportion of the Chinook harvest.
I guess let me re-ask that. In that time series, how many large Kenai kings were caught in the special harvest area?
Through the chair, I'm on the same table, Robert's, maybe it's good. The numbers they range from 84 to 136 and averaged 116 for those 3 years, Mr. Chair. That's Kenai River main stem large kings. I better make sure that is large. That's the all fish. Excuse me, so we would have to find the large component of that. Maybe Robert can help me, or
maybe that was the proportion, I don't know.
No, that was the actual numbers, but I'm trying to find the table that separates them out into large. And I'm being told to scroll down in the report.
Page 30.
Yeah. Okay, the numbers are on a different table in that same report. It's on page 29. And the numbers, again, for the same 3 years, 2013, 14, and 15, ranged from, not percentage, the number, from 59 to 77 and averaged 65.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Can you explain to me why we're only looking at 13, 14, and 15?
Through the chair to Ms. Carlson Van Dort, those were the only years we were able to obtain enough samples out of that fishery to run them through the genetic stock composition. Again, it was 2013, 2014, and 2015.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
And, 13, 14, 15, I also have before me RC 143. And I will concede that on this table, we're looking at all fish stock compositions from a time period of 2010 to 2019. And we're looking at that early time period of sort of late June, early July in the Kasilof section. And when I am reading from this table, 2010 through 2019 data, is that the late run main stem Kenai River Kings stock composition harvest is about 67%. Now, conceding that's all fish, but I think to me that demonstrates that those fish are in the waters at that time.
Commissioner.
I think part of the confusion might be here, we're talking about the Kasilof section versus the Kasilof special management area. And I think the discussion that I wanted to have some centering on is the Kasilof special management area, which is a very defined portion of the Kasilof section.
Fair enough, thank you.
Special harvest area, I'm sorry, not special management area.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just probably a simple question. What's the difference between a 34-inch and a 36-inch king salmon? I know the department uses the 34-inch king salmon as a definition of a large king salmon, and on this language here, we got 36 inches. Is there a significant difference between the makeup of those? Age-wise, not length-wise?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, the obvious is that it's 2 inches, and the large Chinook metric that we use to assess and manage the run for is made up of nearly all 3 ocean or 5-year fish and older. It does contain that 2 inches, does have there's 20 to 30%, as much as 30% in some years will be a 3 ocean fish, which is a 5-year-old, but a very small amount that varies, which is almost undeterminable in our assessment as far as the number when you expand it out to the sonar counts or the harvest. So it's large and small. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Jensen.
A follow-up. I think it does. I know what 2 inches is. But why do you use 34 instead of 36? Is it because of the age composition of the fish that are coming back, so you can get a take on that? Or I'm just trying to figure out, 36 is sort of a standard measure for everybody, and that's what they want here in this proposal that's in the language here. So I'm just trying to figure out why you don't use 36 other than 34.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, this would be a situation where the regulation is different than the science, the assessment. It's the largest or the smallest size that we can effectively measure Chinook at, where there's no overlap during other species that are concurrently migrating through the sonar.
Okay, so
and it also, there's other factors that it encompasses about nearly 90% of all female Chinook salmon in the run. And so it's a conservative management assessment. We can directly estimate those fish with great confidence, produce the estimates accurately and in a very time-efficient manner, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Commissioner.
Yeah, I think Mr. Biggers was right. That's how we count fish coming into the river. In terms of managing harvest, that'll be 36. There's some fish that will now have to take off the spawning escapement that are potentially harvested between 34 and 36. We will not change the way we're counting fish. This will just be an estimation now that we'll need to make of harvested fish between 34 and 36.
Thanks. That's kind of what I was getting at. How is it going to change your management? So that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, it seems in retrospect, I know you mentioned in regulation it says this in other plans, but in retrospect, it seems like the 36 in all plans should say 34 if we're aligning things, but I'm not going there on this, but just an observation.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Are we getting close here? Still going through. We still going through the language here? Commissioner.
I don't think we ever closed the loop on the Kasilof harvest area. Specifically, what your intent is, whether that should be included or not included.
Okay, we'll have a board discussion on that. Mr. Jensen.
My intent was to be included.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mine as well.
Mr. Payton.
Well, when you say included, I mean, I guess discluded from the plan or included in this plan?
You had to ask that question. Let me think on that.
I guess the way I see it, if it's the board intent to exclude it from the plan, we need to provide the department very clear regulatory language to say it will be excluded from this plan. And then we can have discussion on that.
Yeah, and that's not in this language, so.
Again, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Yeah, I think that, the way the discussions that I've had have ranged, my intention would be to include it.
Thoughts, Mr. Payton?
So the inception of the Kenai, or the Kasilov Special Harvest area, the inception of it and the reason why we use it is to minimize harvest on Kenai kings. Is that why we use it or have it or not?
Through the chair to Mr. Payton, originally it was designed to reduce the harvest of Kenai-bound sockeye salmon. When we were having trouble making the Kasilov goal, that we would restrict the fishery in there, and you've instructed us to rarely, if ever, use it. You've provided other tools, and then in recent time, it's also been a savings for Kenai-bound king salmon also, Mr. Chair.
I'll listen to other board members discuss things.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So its creation was originally to reduce interception of Kenai sockeye, and it also has a similar utility for reducing any interception of what limited number of Kenai kings may be passing by. I think nobody really likes to fish in there very much, from what I understand, but in the interest of providing, some relief from the restrictions we're talking about for sockeye harvest, for the sake of 65 kings, was that the number that we're talking about as an average, which kings of all sizes, as I understand. My feeling is it should be exempt. So, that's my thoughts.
Mr. Payton.
I guess question back to the department where you're instructed to very rarely use it, and if I remember right, fishermen don't typically like using that. I could be wrong there, but maybe if you, and yeah, some opportunities better than no opportunity, I get that, but what are the ramifications if we exclude it from that and then we go into these paired restrictions? How would you manage that? What would it look like? What kind of pressure would that be? What would tier you to go into it? Would it be tier 1, 2, or 3? Can you elaborate on some of those points?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Payton, you're correct. You have instructed us to rarely, if ever, use it, and you have provided some other tools in the last few years, namely the 600-foot fishery. You've actually said, the step downs are to go to half mile, then use that 600-foot fishery in the traditional area where people have, normally and regularly fish. And then, and only then, are we to, go into the special harvest area. Right now, if you didn't exempt it from the plan, as you have done the 600-foot fishery, if we use that area, it would come under the hourly and gear restriction provisions that are in RC 142. With the 600-foot fishery exempt, that would even encourage us to use that area more and earlier, because those hours would be exempt and are exempt in 142.
Okay, I think that helped formulate my thoughts on it. I think, yes, as is written is appropriate, and I agree with Member Van Dort on this.
I concur. Other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
I want to give a quick take on my thoughts on allocation criteria, Mr. Chair, then I'll do the cost. This is an allocated proposal. It will definitely change things. We don't know how much. From talking to people, it could be from substantial to minimal. And with that being said, I'm not going to use history because everybody there's used it for as long as they have. The importance of each fishery for the economy of the region, local area, and the state is very important. That's my biggest concern. It may reduce money for the economy of the region and state. And one other thought that I have is that when the set netters will be on the beach, so to speak, not fishing, the guided sport fishermen can still be fishing and not retaining fish. So they'll still be prosecuting their business, and the other guys will be sitting on the beach not prosecuting their business. But that being said, I know we have to conserve king salmon, and that's paramount here, I think, is the conservation of king salmon, but it's going to come at some cost. So I just wanted to give my opinion on that. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate, and I'll call the question.
We're going to take a 10-minute stand down and come back. Thank you. 10 minutes.
It's only one in your dreams.
Welcome back, everyone. We're working on getting back on track here, and while we're doing that, there's a new RC that captures, I believe, where we left off, and we will come back at 1:30. See everyone then. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask all board members that have any idea of changes to put them in this time? So we have a final product in front of us, so we come back. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur, Mr. Wood. Thank you.
Excuse me, for those that are looking at the RC that was just put in the back, we had a copier mouth. Is it good? Oh, check that. Hang on. I'm back again. For the RC 152 on the back table, just want to make sure it has 4 pages. If it doesn't, then grab another. We'll be making some more copies. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 1:31 p.m. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to substitute the language we had previously with RC number 152 for the proposal we're on now.
Second, and that's unanimous consent.
Any objection? Without objection, we have the language in RC 152 before us. Staff comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Going through 152, from the sport fish perspective, there was, I'm going to find it in here. Change. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I got the best updated copy here.
That's fine. Whenever you're ready, take your time.
Under little e echo, and the tools that were provided to the department to manage the Kenai River sport fishery, as we'd said before, A, the use of bait is prohibited was in regulation, and C, the use of bait and retention of king salmon are prohibited. Previously, the new tool, B, was the use of bait is prohibited and retention of king salmon 36 inches or greater in length as described is prohibited. RC 152, that language has changed to the use of baits prohibited and the retention of king salmon 34 inches or greater in length is prohibited. And with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Shields to speak about other changes in RC 152.
Mr. Chair, this is Pat Shields with the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I'll reference remarks earlier this morning with regard to 142, but I would like there are a couple changes in this 152 we would like your clarification or agreement or disagreement on. But one would be with regard to the 600-foot fishery as found on the bottom of page 3 of RC 152. This language that's in here now only includes the Kasilof section, 600-foot fishery, and the North K Beach section, 600-foot fishery, but not the entire east side set net fishery. So I'll stop and ask for clarification there.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. Yeah, we were just noticing that also, and the intent consistent with the message that I heard today was to, and consistent with other sections of RC 152, is for the entire upper sub-district set net gill commercial fishing period. So I would offer the following amendment to clarify that. So in large F, it would read, I would offer to strike identified in 5 AAC 21.310B2C II and 5 AAC 21.365E3 and replace that with that are limited to fishing. So how that would read would be upper subdistrict set gill net commercial fishing periods that are limited to fishing within 600 feet of the mean, and so on.
Second, and that's unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Johnson?
If I could just get some clarification on exactly what that does, because I'm a little confused. That's going to extend the 600-foot provision to the entire upper subdistrict?
Staff care to comment on that? Mr. Shields?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Johnson, yes, that would allow the department the option of fishing the set gill net fishery within 600 feet of the mean high tide mark in the entire east side set net fishery. So the new areas would include the Salamanoff Beach and the East Foreland section, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Was that was a question, not an objection?
No, that was my question. I got my answer.
Okay. Well, any objection to the proposed amendment? Without objection, that amendment is fixed. Board discussion. We'll continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next part for clarification would be use of the Kasilof River Special Harvest Area, as it is now in RC 152. The change would be that that area would be would fall under the paired restricted provisions as far as the number of hours. So it would be, if we're under paired restricted provisions, that area would be limited to no more than 36 hours of fishing time in a week, but the gear provision options would not pertain in that area. That's how we understand it now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board questions or discussion on that? Thank you. Staff have any more?
Yeah, third one then, just to make sure then on page 1 of it that the entire plan does pertain now to the Kasilof section beginning as soon as they open, June 20th, as they could open. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any board questions or discussion on that? Okay. Any other? Let's see, we've covered the allocation criteria, sustainable salmon fisheries policy. We had cost. You had called the question, Mr. Jensen. Question has been called. Any further? Mr. Johnson.
This is on the amendment or the entire proposal?
The entire, we asked for objections on the amendment, but there were no objections to the amendment.
None.
And further discussion? Mr. Johnson.
Well, I have two questions. And this is, backing up to the question of, OEG versus, OEG. And can I just ask the department why the department itself didn't come up with an OEG that parallels these numbers in their view? That's essentially it, is the department was apparently comfortable with an SEG, but does the department, I realize this is a board decision, but I'd just like to ask the department's view of this OEG and whether this is going to help or hurt this fishery. It seems that it, as I look at the information here, that it has the option of, or the thought that there will be more fish in the river, to be caught by in-river users. In the long run, does this help or hurt this fishery, or in terms of its future returns?
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, an OEG is not an MSY-based goal. It's a goal to basically put more fish into the river, and that's an allocative decision. There's implications to other users. In this case, I think there was a working group of different user groups from different sectors that all discussed the pluses and minuses and drawbacks and benefits of putting additional fish into the river that would increase catch rates, but that would have an implication on other fisheries. So it's a balancing act. I don't think we can tell you exactly how many fish it's going to do in terms of catch and release potential or harvest of sub 34-inch fish, but clearly it's going to put more king salmon into the river than we would under the SEG goal that we have, the biological goal, and that will come in at a cost to other user groups. And that's your call as a board.
Right, and I guess, my question is, in the eyes of the department, is this something that's going to increase MSY in future years, or sort of limit it to whatever the replacement value of these extra fish may be?
It will increase the number of fish in the river. It may not over time increase the yield of fish into the river.
Thank you, and I did have one more, and forgive me on this one, but I see at the end, the very last sentence in this proposal is that you have the authority to depart from any of the provisions of this management plan, and I'm just wondering what would force that? Perhaps a naive question, but it's something I hadn't
Well,
encountered before.
I guess if we had an unforeseen circumstance, for instance, we had a complete run failure of king salmon, you know, in the system, we would address it through there. Maybe the Cassilloff River had a run failure of king salmon that was unforeseen in the development of this plan that links the Kenai king salmon to the east side set net fishery. But it doesn't talk about the Cassilloff River. So maybe there are conditions that are unforeseen when this plan is being developed that would require me to trigger into J.
Thank you. That's good enough for me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. In regards to data gaps that we may have on this, we'd heard at previous meetings, and I'd like to ask the department's position if it regarding the low number of kings at a new historical norm, possibly the low number of kings and the shrinking size, if you will, of kings. Is that still somewhat attributed to ocean conditions or possibly other factors? Is it ocean conditions and other factors, or is it ocean conditions?
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure we completely understand what's affecting king salmon production in the Kenai River. We know it's lower. It could be a wide range of variables from different oceaning conditions to different survival rates for different brood years. I have sneaky suspicions there's things happening out in the ocean. We have increased numbers of predators that are preying on these animals. There's warming temperatures. We don't have a good understanding, is I guess the bottom line. But when we don't understand ocean survival conditions, we should err on the caution in terms of putting fish into the river.
Thank you. That being said, I'll reference the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy, and I'm taking a precautionary approach here, and that is indicated there is incomplete knowledge, and that takes into account avoidance of a potentially irreversible changes and harm. Other board discussion? Question has been, Mr. Wood.
Not so much discussion, but I just want to thank Board Member Carlson Van Dort, and even more so the stakeholders who sat down and give and take and came up with this final product. That's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any further board discussion before we continue? Question has been called and heard. Errors and omissions. Director Raybaum.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quest.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 104, substitute with language found in RC 152 and as further amended. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Payton?
Yes.
Mr. Godfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Mr. Mariski?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Proposal 104 carries 5-2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Proposal 114 for the record. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 114, 105, and 106 based on the action we just took on 104.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposals 114, 105, and 106. Next up is Proposal 116 for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 116, 5AAC 57-160, Kenai River and Cassilloff River Early Run King Salmon Management Plan, and 5AAC 21-359, Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Colton Lipka, Northern Kenai Peninsula Sport Fish Area Management Biologist. Proposal 116, this would amend the Kenai River and Cassilloff River Early Run King Salmon Management Plan to close the sport fishery if the sustainable escapement goal has not been achieved by June 10th or is not projected to be achieved by June 15th. Additionally, this would amend the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan to close the sport fishery if the SEG has not been achieved by July 19th or is not projected to be achieved by July 23rd. This would likely result in reduced sport fishing opportunity for king salmon and increase the frequency of closures and restrictions to the sport and commercial fisheries for both runs during an average and below average returns. Additionally, this would likely increase the frequency of closures to the commercial fisheries that are paired to the late run king salmon sport fishery, which would decrease harvests of king and sockeye salmon in the Central District drift gillnet fishery and the setnet gillnet fishery in the upper sub-district of the Central District. The current early and late run king salmon management plans and their respective escapement goals were modified at the 2017 board meeting to provide sustainable fisheries, conserve genetically unique stocks, and when needed, to equitably distribute the burden of conservation. Within each plan, in-season management actions are implemented as prescribed when in-season information becomes less variable and provides confidence that the observations are representative of the run. The date by which is variable is reduced, fluctuates between years. The department opposes this proposal because it would require the department to take action that would affect all user groups before the in-season projection estimates have stabilized. This proposal inhibits the department's ability to adjust management actions by establishing static dates that do not account for natural variations in run timing, environmental conditions, and fishery participation. Managing to these dates may result in a loss of opportunity without biological justification during average and below average returns. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll reference my prior comments and also note that I do not believe we had any comments during committee of the whole. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this, and I'm basing that on the department's comments. It would inhibit the department's ability to adjust management actions by establishing static dates. If you establish a static date for a fishery without any leeway on either side, you're just going to end up with problems associated with that. So with that, I don't think it would be consistent with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy if we did something like this either. So I'll be voting in opposition, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this proposal were adopted, I don't think it would result in any direct cost for the private person to participate in the fishery, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybone. Mr.
No,
Rudd.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quest.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 116. Mr. Jensen.
No.
Mr. Godfrey.
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mr. Payton.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Mariski.
No.
Proposal 116 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight.
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on Proposal 108 based on the RC 134 with the proposers withdraw their support for this proposal.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 108. Mr. Jensen.
And I move to take no action on Proposal 111 based on the action we took on 104, Mr. Chair.
Second, and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 111. Proposal 149 for the record, please.
Proposal 149, 5 AAC 57-120, general provisions for seasons, bag, possession, annual and size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai River drainage area.
Moved it up.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 149 would prohibit catch and release fishing for king salmon on the Kenai River. This could reduce fishing opportunity because it would require anglers who would otherwise intend to release king salmon alive to harvest the fish or not fish at all. It would eliminate release mortality, estimated to be around 8% of released king salmon. It would have conflict with existing size limit regulations during the early run that require the release of fish greater than 36 inches in length. Removing catch and release as a step-down management option would increase the frequency of closures to the in-river sport fishery and could reduce fishing opportunity for sport, personal use, and commercial fisheries. The mortality of released fish is dependent mostly on hook placement. Hooking mortality is often higher for fish that have been hooked in vital areas, such as the esophagus or gills. Other factors, such as fish size, gear type, bleeding, and elapsed time to unhook the fish can influence survival to a lesser degree than hook location. The department opposes this proposal. Anglers release fish for a number of reasons. Catch and release fishing also allows fishing opportunity for all users and provides managers with the ability to allow fisheries to continue through the season to achieve escapement goals. The department encourages anglers to use best practices through outreach efforts. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I concur with the department's objection, and I reference my prior comments on catch and release. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too, I agree, I concur with you, and then I won't be supporting this one. It's just going to take away another chance for people to go out fishing, and it would definitely hamper the department's management ability, so I'll be voting in opposition to that. I don't know if this would be consistent or not with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. My guess would it wouldn't be, and it's not allocative in any way. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would add any additional direct cost for the private person to participate, and I'll call the question if there's no more comments.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rutz.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quest.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 149. Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Mr. Mariski?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Proposal 149 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Proposal 171 for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 171, 5AAC 77540, Upper Cook Inlet Personal Use Salmon Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 171 would amend the Kenai River personal use bag limit for king salmon to one king salmon less than 36 inches in length. This would likely decrease the harvest of king salmon greater than 36 inches in length in the personal use fishery. Establishing a limit of only one king salmon under 36 inches would simplify regulations instead of differing limits for king salmon under and over 20 inches, but would reduce the harvest of small fish under 20 inches. Liberal limits have been established for Jack King salmon as an incentive to harvest that size class in proportion to the run. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, just a question for staff for clarification on salmon 20 inches. Are they not considered viable fish, and it doesn't harm the run to take them out?
Through the chair, Jack King salmon are viable for spawning, but they're generally in great abundance relative to the rest of the run. Mr.
Okay, thanks. I knew there was a reason.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, so currently the department looks like takes EO action in times of low abundance and requires the PU fishery to release kings. Is that typically the management action? And what scenario do you do that and relate that to basically the proposal 104 we passed, maybe?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, so when the sport fishery is restricted by taking away the use of bait, we then prohibit the retention of king salmon in the personal use fishery.
Okay, so in the first basically step down, you go to no retention in the PU fishery.
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, thanks. Yeah, that seems to be an appropriate step down measure for that fishery. That's not directed at king salmon. So I don't think I'll be in support of this proposal.
Mr. Godfrey.
A moment, I didn't hear the end of what you were saying regarding the response to Mr. Jensen's question regarding the Jack Kings. The last couple words, I didn't catch what you said.
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, what I was saying is just in relative abundance to the rest of the run, there are usually quite a few jacks, and they're generally not targeted directly in the sport fishery, so we do have fairly liberal regulations to encourage anglers to target those. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be voting in support of this, partly for the departments. I think if there's ample king salmon in the 20-inch range, we should harvest them and not just keep it to one king salmon. So I won't be in support of this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I also think it would be consistent with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy, and if this proposal were adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rutz.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 171. Mr. Wood.
No.
Ms. Carlson-Van Dort.
No.
Mr. Payton.
No.
Mr. Mariski.
No.
Mr. Godfrey.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
No.
Proposal 171 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. We've already deliberated on 196, so now we go to Proposal 80 for the record, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Elisa Frothingham. I'm the Assistant Area Manager for Upper Cook Inlet Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 80, 5 AAC 21310, fishing seasons.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 80 would prohibit retention of king salmon greater than 36 inches in the Upper Cook Inlet commercial gillnet fisheries. While the proposal speaks to reduce the harvest of large Kenai River king salmon, the restrictions on commercial king salmon harvest would apply to all commercial fishermen in Upper Cook Inlet. So this would reduce the harvest of all large king salmon in Upper Cook Inlet by an unknown amount. A 36-inch size limit for king salmon in the commercial fisheries of Upper Cook Inlet could allow some king salmon to escape the commercial fishery, but the mortality of king salmon caught in gillnets that are subsequently released is not known. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, but opposes aspects of this proposal that may result in increased mortality that is unaccounted for. Mortality of king salmon released from gillnets is unknown, and king salmon conservation is likely better achieved through restrictions to commercial gear or time and area of openings and restrictions to sport and personal use fisheries. The department uses its EO authority to restrict harvest by all user groups when necessary to meet escapement objectives, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Captain Quist, I believe we have comments from the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. Did you have any, would you like to address those?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this regulation similar to this is in effect both in Kodiak and Southeast Alaska, and from an enforcement perspective, it's been quite problematic. This type of regulation is very difficult to enforce. It's very intrusive to the fishermen to really enforce it. You have to look in every nook and cranny of a boat to determine that there are no illegal king salmon on board. This type of regulation potentially involves not only the fishermen, but the tender operator and the processing plant. And in the past, in the very recent past, we've taken legal action against all three, both the fishermen, the tender operators, and the processors. And it kind of puts the fishermen in a difficult place. If you have, a dead king salmon, you can't possess it. You can't dispose of it by regulation, and you certainly can't sell it. So it's not a very good place to be. So my department would not be in support of this regulation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Captain Quest. Mr. Payton?
Yeah, I don't see how this would be workable with, with gill nets. We do it with seine fisheries in some parts of the state, but yeah, in a gill net, the salmon, to get to it, you'd have to get to it right away, and that doesn't always happen. That's not realistic to expect stakeholders to do that for sure. And, you know, we've just taken some changes to minimize in times of low abundance, to minimize the harvest of these, and this, you know, the ones that are harvested or that do die need to, you know, be utilized for food or economic reasons. So I'll be against this.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the reasoning that's been expressed here. I do have a kind of peripheral question, and is in the commercial gillnet fisheries, as we're discussing, is there there must be a maximum mesh size that's allowed, and what would that be?
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson, it's 6 inches.
Okay, thanks. Here, just for point of information, in Bristol Bay and the Nushagak, especially, and for king conservation, that mesh sizes, when the intent is to target sockeye, that mesh size is smaller. It's like 5.5 inches, and in light of other comments that have been made, there's a considerable amount of towing that takes place in this fishery, and I don't know if that might be something that we might want to look at in the future, as to reducing that mesh size, but that has nothing to do with this proposal. So at any rate, I'm not in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this proposal either, and mainly because of the potential waste of salmon, and that wouldn't be consistent with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Management Policy. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate in this fishery, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omission. Director Rutz.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 80. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Payton.
No.
Mr. Godfrey.
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
No.
Mr. Mursky.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Proposal 80 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Proposal 84 for the record, please.
Proposal 84, 5 AAC 56120, general provisions for seasons, bag, possession, annual size limits, and methods and means for the Kenai Peninsula area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 84 would require a king salmon over 20 inches that is netted from a vessel in the fresh waters of the Kenai Peninsula to be released immediately without returning to shore. Under general regulation, king salmon 36 inches or greater in length may not be retained from January 1st to June 30, which requires the release of a significant portion of fish caught. Additionally, when retention is prohibited by emergency order in the Kenai Peninsula sport fisheries, the language immediately released and may not be removed from the water is used in regulation to minimize mortality associated with catch and release fishing while utilizing best practices. Anglers are encouraged to use best practices and land fish quickly using the aid of a landing net and ensure fish has regained its strength to swim away under its own power. The department is neutral on this proposal. This proposal would increase regulatory complexity without a measurable benefit. The department currently encourages best practices while releasing salmon through public outreach. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As I understand this proposal and what it's trying to do, that requiring fish to be released immediately is already illegal. And would it be safe to say, Mr. Peterson or Captain Quist, that immediately is immediately?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is. As a matter of fact, that's actually how the Supreme Court defined immediately, by inserting a parenthetical and saying immediately means just that. And so Captain Quist can speak to the enforcement aspect of this, but the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone violated any regulation. So proving that someone didn't immediately release a fish can sometimes be difficult. Captain Quist can explain why, but further attempts to explain immediately likely won't clarify it because it would not cover every potential situation.
Captain Quist, would you care to weigh in?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way my department views this regulation is that immediate means immediate within a reasonable time frame. So a fisherman brings a fish alongside the boat, uses best practices to release the fish and snap a photo, and the fish should go away. As I mentioned in my written comments, if a trooper sees somebody catch a fish, bring it up alongside the boat, drive that boat to the beach, get out of the boat, take a photo, that's not immediate. And we would most certainly write a citation in that circumstance. So I think that we have the tools that we need, Mr. Chair.
So I have a theoretical question. So let's say someone hooks a fish and 5 people are lined up with cell phones in the boat, and they want to, and it takes a while, and the fish is in and out of the water, as opposed to one person taking a picture and sharing it. But theoretical, of course, but how would you interpret that situation?
I hesitate to answer it theoretical, but immediate has to be pretty darn quick. I can put it that way.
Okay, thank you. On my first read of this proposal, it indicates released immediately without returning to shore. So the first thing I thought of was, well, what if you hook a fish and you're right near shore and you get out and release it immediately, even though you're near shore? So I see several problems with it, with this proposal. That's one problem. Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this. I'm definitely not a fan of cumbersome regulatory processes or problematic enforcement, especially when there's not a measurable benefit. But to what you were saying, Mr. Chair, what would this proposal do? This would require king salmon over 20 inches that is netted from a vessel in fresh waters of the Kenai Peninsula to be released immediately without returning to shore. Well, that's interesting because I don't see that written anywhere in the proposal. And what would be the effect if the proposal were adopted? Well, it would increase regulatory complexity without providing a measurable effect on catch and release mortality. So, number one, I don't know how the definition of what the proposal would do reconciles with the language, and then what would be the effect if the proposal were adopted. If it's a matter of saying and providing clarity to people on the water, there's probably not a reasonable circumstance to justify taking it to the shore, because by definition that wouldn't be immediate, and then the scenario you just gave. But if people actually understood, don't take it to shore, because that's probably going to preclude the finding of immediately. But I'm not sure I even see how that does that. This whole thing is kind of confusing to me. I personally think if it did provide such guidance that you weren't able to take it to the shore, then it's possible, not guaranteed, that you released it immediately. But if you do take it ashore, that pretty much guarantees you probably didn't release it immediately. But I don't even see how that's clarified here. And so I'm all for clarification for the anglers to have a better understanding of when they're getting sideways of regulation or not. But I just don't see how this does it.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Payton.
Thank you. I want to present a situation to you which I understand is rather a common occurrence on the river, whereby a boat that catches a fish with a guide asks another guide in the near vicinity to come alongside and take the picture. The whole time the fish is kept in the water. It's not ever taken out of the water. But that seems to be, if you're just measuring it in time, would be a violation. I'd like your comments, Captain.
And Mr. Wood, through the chair, every circumstance is different, and ultimately, it's you have to use, the trooper's going to have to make a judgment call on what immediate is. I think in the scenario that you describe, it may very well be perfectly fine if it happens quickly. A trooper would have to document the incident, feel that he has probable cause to believe that this crime occurred, write a citation, and be able to defend that in court. So it has to, it's going to have to be fairly blatant and not reasonable. So, we certainly use discretion in a situation like this. And, we want what's best for the fish, but we understand this is a sport fishery and people want to take pictures. Hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, so I guess I'll help Member Godfrey with a little clarity here. So it is a little confusing sometimes when reading staff comments. They don't actually put the regulatory language in their comments a lot of times. So you have to go back to the proposal book, and in the proposal book, the regulatory language is provided, and it reads, little I, any king salmon netted from a vessel must be released from the net, from the vessel immediately. So it actually doesn't, the intent is mentions some shore, but there's no regulatory language that mentions shore. The department mentions shore for whatever reason, but that's not what the proposer asked for. That being said, I'd like to acknowledge, yeah, it is a trooper call, and to my feeling, it's like what's practical. Obviously, if you catch a king salmon now or hook a king salmon in the 36 to 32 or that range, people are going to want to measure it. So releasing one isn't going to be as immediate as before, and I rely on the troopers to give some discretion with that. You catch a fish in that size range, it's going to take some time to figure out how, if it's under 34 or over 34. And, when we do things like that, that adds to regulatory complexity and to enforcement on things like that. So I'd like to acknowledge that, and so I understand the intent of the proposer sounds like there's a few bad apples, maybe stressing out some kings, and I sure hope, what I do know about guides on the Kenai, they're pretty good at self-regulating and calling into the troopers when they see a couple people doing bad things. So hopefully we can keep some troopers down there and enforce this reasonably.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Yeah, and I'll reiterate that the Alaska Wildlife Trooper comments were that anglers hooking king salmon from a vessel, dragging them to the beach or shallow water, then releasing causes undue harm to fish. That's a quote they made. And they indicate in most conceivable variations of this scenario, Alaska Wildlife Troopers would not view this as an immediate release. I concur. So powering to shore to release a fish when it could be released in the water, when the boat's in the water, is not an immediate release. That's what I'm reading. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to think in this business or this recreational opportunity, memorializing a catch of a handsome fish is probably a natural human tendency, but I don't see how this really can be enforced. Other than promoting best practices and not doing excessive damage to the fish before you let it go. But I think that's part of the sport fishing ethic, hopefully. And anyway, I can't support this proposal the way it's written.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The adoption of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost to the private person to participate, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rutz.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quest.
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 84. Mr. Mariski.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
No.
Mr. Wood.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
Mr. Payton?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Proposal 84 fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Proposal 107 for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 107, 5 AAC 21359, Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 57160, Kenai River and Kasilof River Early Run King Salmon Management Plan, 5 AAC 57120, General Provisions for Season Bag Possession, Annual Size Limits and Methods and Means for the Kenai River Drainage Area, 5 AAC 57121, Special Provisions for the Season's Bag Possession and Size Limits, Methods and Means for the lower section of the Kenai River Drainage Area. Mr. Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 107, when the late-run king salmon escapement goal range is projected to be exceeded, this would allow the use of bait and retention of king salmon greater than 36 inches from Slycock Creek upstream to Skilac Lake after July 15th. This would increase the harvest of Kenai River late-run king salmon upstream of Slycock Creek after July 15, when the SEG is projected to be exceeded and a harvestable surplus is available. This may increase the department's ability to keep the escapement of late-run king salmon from exceeding the SEG in years of high abundance. There are 2 Kenai River king salmon stocks which are managed based upon established escapement goals and management plans. These stocks are tributary spawning stocks and main stem spawning stocks. The early run is comprised of mainly tributary stocks of king salmon. The early run king plan is designed to manage for these tributary stocks, while the late run is designed to manage for main stem spawning fish. There is some overlap between the time tributary spawning fish are completing their entry into the river and main stem spawning fish are beginning their entry into the Kenai River. The distribution of king salmon tagged in June indicates 83% of those fish that have migrated upstream of Slycock Creek were in areas that were restricted to fishing for king salmon, while those fish that did not migrate upstream from Slycock Creek remain in an area open to king salmon fishing through July 31st. It was concluded that regulations that existed prior to 2017 to prohibit sport fishing in closed or restricted areas upstream of Slycock Creek provided the primary protection for early run tributary spawners, and that in-season closures or bait restrictions upstream of Slycock Creek provided only modest additional protection because fish were largely already in closed or restricted areas by regulation. Study results also indicate that on average, approximately 92% and 96% of radio-tagged early run tributary spawning fish were within their respective tributary that are closed to salmon fishing or sanctuary above the Soldotna Bridge, where king salmon fishing is prohibited by July 10th. During the 2017 Upper Cook Inlet Board meeting, modifications were made to the early and late run king salmon plans, along with general provisions of the king fisheries, including gear, methods, maximum size of retention, and king sanctuary areas. The river section from ADF and G markers 300 yards downstream of Slycock Creek upstream to Skilac Lake was modified so that early run fishery regulation extended to July 31st, where previously that section had been managed as a late run directed fishery after July 15, when the majority of early run tributary spawning king salmon have moved out of the fishery. Currently, this section may not be liberalized past the general provisions, which allow only one unbaited single hook artificial lure to be used, and king salmon 36 inches in length or longer may not be retained. The department supports this proposal. If adopted, it would enable the department to provide additional fishing opportunity and increase harvest of Kenai River late run king salmon to achieve the SEG. In-river harvest of king salmon in proportion to run timing and abundance is a management issue for mainstem spawning in the lower river downstream of Slycock Creek. Telemetry results suggest that the assertion that early returning mainstem spawning fish are not available to the sport fishery longer than later returning mainstem spawners is not true, as they utilize areas that are closed to angling, mitigating concern that they may be overexploited. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In reviewing the on-time comments, we show under support 0. And in opposition, 3 ACs, Anchorage, Central Peninsula, and Kenai Soldotna, in addition to 3 PCs in opposition. Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this one based on the department comments that if it's not going to have a chance of over-harvesting and they're going to be watching it close, I don't see why we couldn't provide a little more opportunity in this area for these fish, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is you mentioned this would be a useful tool to keep escapement within the range. Are we talking what range are we talking about? Which goal, late run or early run?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, this would be the late run and the newly adopted OEG.
Okay, so that being said, I'm looking through the report and your oral presentation, I don't see escapement over time, so I'm a little ignorant on the history, but with the new goal of 30,000, in retrospect, and I know the large fish goal is different, but when's the last time you would have exceeded a 30,000 large fish goal? Like what year do you think that would have been, going back?
Through the chair, looking back, it would probably be in the 2006, 2006.
Okay, so since 2006, it basically has never been exceeded of 30,000. So, okay, that helps me kind of inform like whether this tool is needed at this time or not. That being, I don't think it is. We put these regulations in place, 3 years ago, and I understand the department's position on them, and I understand some stakeholders' position, but looking at the public comments on it, and I think in committee of the whole, only one person, the proposer, spoke in favor of it. I won't be in support of it. That being said, though, I am interested in maybe amending it, and I don't know if this is the venue to do it. I didn't get a powwow with staff, but I would like to align regulations from the 36 to the 34 like we did in the late run, and I don't know if this is the appropriate, if it's 57 dot 120 to amend and do that, and maybe staff can provide some guidance on that.
Yeah, Mr. Payton, through the chair. I'm going to look over to Department of Law, give him a heads up on this one. But this proposal does reference, as I read it in, the early run, Kenai King early run, and the general provisions. And this specific regulation is in the early run, but it references that size limit in the general provisions. So it'd be my understanding that those would both be open now. But again, I'll defer to Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Through the chair, Member Payton, yeah, that's correct. I was just pulling up the regulation here to check that, and he beat me to it. So his answer was accurate.
Okay, so that being said, I'd like to offer amendment to, I think, just 5 AAC 57.120, and then I guess that pairs into 57.160, the early run plan. I think it's only needed in general provision, but the amendment would be to change 36 to 34 inches to align complexity and regulations, and to align with the size of the fish that is counted towards the large fish goal.
I'll second and ask unanimous consent to that amendment.
Any objection? Without objection. Further board discussion or staff comments on that? No? Okay. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require an additional direct cost for a private person to participate. I'll call the question.
Errors and omissions, Director Rutz.
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist?
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is final action on Proposal 107 as amended.
And, sorry, just to be clear, it's just that, it doesn't include anything else, it's just the amendment. Just,
We didn't have an objection, so it's in the proposal, and we're voting on the proposal now as amended.
okay, so if we vote yes on it, it doesn't pass the proposal, it just changes the general provision. I want to be perfectly clear on this. That was my intent, and I think staff understood my intent. But I want to make sure board members understand my intent. So I don't know if we did it right, but a yes vote just changes the general provisions of this proposal, and we might need to step down.
Mr. Peterson?
We can step down.
Mr. Godfrey?
I need that clarified again, Mr. Payton.
Okay, I guess I would like to parse out just 5 AAC 57.10 or 120 out of the proposal and all the management plans it lists. And the general provision amendment would be 36 to 34. So you're just pulling that little section out and changing that fish length in general provisions only. I'm using this proposal as the venue to do it. Since it opened up all these plans, I'm taking out just that section of the plan and augmenting or substituting the fish size under general provisions. And we probably need to step down. I'm clear on what I want to do, and I think staff's clear, but we might need to get everyone on the same page.
Mr. Johnson?
Perhaps a step down would be appropriate. I'm not sure exactly I understand where we're going. So if we're about to vote on the proposal generally, and if we, support or oppose this proposal, once we take this vote, that is a done deal. Okay. And the question has been called?
We still have Mr. Wood, I believe, has a question.
I thought I understood what he did initially. I'm not so sure I understand what he did now. The amendment had what effect?
Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, I think this is out of order. I'm certainly open to it, but we have a proposal on the table, and if we're looking to modify something referred to by proposal without speaking of the proposal, I think that's out of order. Because the proposal's on the table. We can only speak to the full proposal. Either we dispose of it or we don't.
We're going to step down for 10 minutes and sort through this. Pardon us.
Good morning, everyone. You're listening to Chill Hop Radio, giving you what you need for the bright day ahead. And right now, get ready for the last track of Landis' new EP, Mocha. How beautiful is that day gonna be?
Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 2:40 p.m. Question has been called but not heard. And I'll look to Mr. Haight to indicate where you believe we're at, Mr. Haight.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, scary question. So yeah, we're on final action here on Proposal 107 as amended. So it is what you see in your book, Proposal 107, and the amendment was to change the length measurements from 36 to 34 in a variety of places in regulation. So it is the amendment, or excuse me, it is the proposal plus that amendment. That would be what I would be calling here.
Any board questions before we proceed? Hearing none, question has been called and heard. Errors and omissions. Director Rutz?
Nope, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Mr. Chair.
Captain Quist?
No, Mr. Chair.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final action on Proposal 107 as amended. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Mr. Mursky?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Payton?
No.
Proposal 107 fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on Proposal 110. The proposer in RC 95 withdrew his support for that proposal.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposal 110. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move we take no action on 112, 109, and 115 based on the action we took on proposal number 104.
Second and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the board takes no action on Proposals 112, 109, and 115. That brings us to Committee of the Whole, Group 5. We're going to take a 15-minute break and come back and start that Committee of the Whole. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We have 6 of 7 board members present. Ready to start Committee of the Whole, Group 5. It is 3:05 p.m. The chair for this next committee is Mr. Payton. Mr. Payton, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm ready. So read over some general rules again. There's some new stakeholders in the room for the committee of the whole process. So basically, if the department will read a summary of the proposal, then I'll call on the presenter of the proposal if they're available, and they'll speak first. If not, just whoever wants to speak to it, raise your hand, and I'll recognize you, and you'll be given a mic. And please stand and state your name into the mic and who you represent, if anything. And we'll have a nice little discussion here. No calling names, no referring to staff or board member or people in the audience specifically by name. And with that, we'll kick it off with some discussion on Northern Cook Inlet King Salmon escapement goals. And I guess I'd like the department to just kind of summarize their oral report on what goals are changing and the groupings, and just a summary of that for the stakeholders in the room for this committee to kick it off. Thank you. And whenever staff is ready, take your time.
Mr. Payton, are we just talking about the changes to the stock goals in the Susitna?
Yeah, I would just summarize the Susitna, the Northern King Salmon escapement goal discussion. So I'll probably focus on DESHCA and then the 3 groupings.
Okay.
Just a quick summary for stakeholders that aren't familiar with it.
We are going to be dropping the individual aerial index goals in the Susitna drainage and replacing them with stock-based goals for 4 stocks. One thing I'd like to clarify is that those are based on single aerial surveys currently, and those same exact surveys will continue to be flown on those stocks. And they'll be used as inputs into a model to inform the model to come up with escapement estimates for each stock, and then those modeled escapement estimates will be used to judge performance relative to the goals.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to speak in general to either the grouping of the goals or the numbers associated with the grouping of the goals, or DESHCA River BEG goal, and if appropriate or not? This is the time to inform the board what your thoughts are on the department's assessment of the goals. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mac Menard with the Matanuska Susitna Fish and Wildlife Fishing Game Committee. We'd support the changes that are being offered in DESHCA River Goal. Our understanding is we're moving it into a BEG category, which places a very high emphasis on quality of data, time and tenure of the data set, confidence in the age composition that is attendant with that information, and then end up with a slightly reduced goal. Just wanted to go on the record as having supported that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wood in the back, go ahead.
Mike Wood from the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to just pass on what the Upper Susitna AC thought about this as well, and the conversations we've had with the department specifically about the abundance. And I think the Susitna watershed is large enough that it really deserves these 4 different areas to be acknowledged separately. And I really look forward to having that information down the road for making better decisions, because I really do think it's the way forward, both the genetics and these abundance surveys that are being done. That will really help with management down the road to get a more holistic approach to what's going on in the watershed rather than just specifically one river, one stream. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Oh, go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen Braun of the Northern District Senators. We also support the BEG reduced goal at the Deshka River and the consolidation of all those individual streams into the 4 groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Couch. Keep your hand raised so Charity can see you. There you go.
Thank you. Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee. So I'm representing with these statements. There's a proposal later in the packet, but it certainly deals with escapement goals. And it's our proposal. It's calling for a large king salmon escapement goal in the Deshka River. The Deshka River currently has a weir in place, which is the gold standard for getting data on those king salmon. It has lots of years when that has been recorded. And in addition, I'd reference RC 149, which is the Deshka River Outlook. Outlook is calling for 10,500 king salmon this year. The expectation for 5-year-old king salmon, which are our primary spawners productive-wise, is for 181 fish out of that 10,500 plus. And in 2012, the Deshka River was closed to king salmon fishing. We attained the goal, and the department kept the fishery closed because we did not have enough of those large fish. So I think this is a very good consideration, is large fish. And if we need a specific number of those, it should be identified. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to any goals? Okay, Jason, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jason Rockfam. I'm co-owner with my wife and my family and my business partner Corey of Wilderness Place Lodge. We're out on Lake Creek off the Yentna, and we've been every year trying to get more and more involved as a sport fishing lodge on the west side of the Susitna. And so we're here working with a lot of different stock shareholders and user groups and talk to a lot of good people, and really kind of liking the idea of everybody's thoughts on where this management plan is going. And just want to say that we support the process and the new BEG for the Deshka, and looking forward to talking about the Yentna side of the district as well. So we're in favor of everything that's happening.
All right. Anyone else want to speak to this? See none. I think we'll move on to the first proposal in this group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam Ivy, Sport Fish Area Biologist, Northern Cook Inlet. Proposal 216, the first in this group. This would create the Deshka River king salmon optimal escapement goal specific to large fish, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Looks like, Andy, you want to speak to this a little more? To your proposal?
Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC, just spoke to this same proposal. I would reserve the right to maybe respond if anybody else has questions. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else like to speak to this proposal? All right. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, when I read, I just had a couple of questions. What is a large king salmon? And how are you going to count them in season? And what would the cost of that be? I just wondered how it was going to be implemented.
All right, Andy, yep, go ahead if you'd like to address some of those concerns.
Yes, so the Weir currently does some sampling. The Department of Fish and Game personnel at the Weir, they do sampling. They divide those fish into age classes, and the age classes is, as far as the 28 inches, most of the 5-year-old fish are going to be under 28 inches. That's the biological input we've got. I talked to the state's king salmon expert biologist in Juneau, and this is the size that he recommended. As far as counting them as 28-inch fish, the department talked about possibly having marks when they pass through the chute on the weir where you could just kind of guesstimate it. It would be kind of a rough thing. In addition, the department does sample those fish. They take some, they take they take scales, they take measurements, and that's the data they're collecting already. So they certainly have information on how many of those large fish there are. And in this RC that I referenced earlier, 149, you can see the breakdown on those escapements. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the large fish goal? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next proposal, and I would like to just kind of mention that there is an RC 141 that kind of takes these three proposals, ties them together into one plan, but there is nuanced differences between the individual proposals. So moving forward, we'll certainly speak to them individually, but also if you want to speak to RC 141, that puts them into one proposal as well, and the differences and any pros and cons stakeholders see with that, that'd be great. So if the department would read in the next proposal.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Proposal 217 would create a Deshka River King Salmon Fishery Management Plan that would provide the department direction and guidelines for management of the sport fishery. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And is there anyone from the borough that would like to speak to this? Yep, go ahead, Andy.
Andy Couch, wearing a different hat this time. I'll be Matanuska-Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. Yes, we put in a suite of king salmon management plan proposals. And as far as the freshwater ones, the reason we put them in is because these regulations, a lot of these regulations or these situations are used as emergency regulations. And we wanted them to be listed where people could look at them. And if people wanted to make a proposal to change a regulation, it would be there. But if it's an emergency regulation, we've been told that once the emergency regulation is over, you can't put a proposal to change it because it's not there. So that's part of the reasoning. The other thing that we're looking at is a timeline. There's been a real hardship for the sport fishing community in that the department doesn't get their announcements out very early on when we're going to have regulation changes. And a lot of the businesses would be booking trips right now. Even these gentlemen in front of me here told me that they didn't book any trips this year based on the possibility of any king salmon fishing. So that kind of tells you how dramatic it is that you can't tell somebody they could have a king salmon fishing opportunity. So that's another part of it. Certainly we want to manage for escapement. And then one part of our proposals that's not included in the 141 RC is the option for the department to restrict harvest to king salmon under 28 inches. And we think this is a very valuable part. It's a tool that could be used. It doesn't have to be used. The majority of us think that this is something that could be used as maybe another step down, and it has an advantage. If you fish most of these systems in the Susitna, not all of them, and in the Little Susitna as well. If you harvest a king salmon, you are done fishing for king salmon for the day. On the Little Susitna River, you're done fishing for anything for the day. So this is kind of a conservation thing, and we're trying to protect the large king salmon with that proposal. And then the other thing, the final thing I'd say is we've been trying to come together with user groups. In these proposals, we tried to write down kind of what was the regulation previously, maybe, the way that restrictions had been put in place. Certainly the effort with the under 28 inches, that's never been there before. And we've never had any real provision for what do you do with catch and release. And these will come out in discussions with other users. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak to the Susitna River management plans? Anyone else? Yep. Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. Stephen Braun, Northern District Set Netters. I was going to speak to RC 141 that combines these three, and we understand this as a management plan to describe the actions the department will take for the information for the sport fishers. We support that, and we support them being combined into one plan like RC 141. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to, is that you, Mike? Yep, Mike, go ahead.
Mike Wood, Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission. Yesterday, we were talking with different user groups, and it sounded like having the 28-inch or less option would potentially be helpful for figuring out how to step down from what they're allowed to do, fishing with bait, to fishing with lures, single hook, and potentially the retention of a 28-inch or less fish. It also looked like by the numbers that we were seeing that size fish wasn't a huge producer. So that's why I target that one in particular. And then also liking the idea that once they get a fish, they're off the river. So they're not catching and releasing with that 8% mortality that we're hearing about. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in general to these management plans? Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, Corey Went, co-owner of Wilderness Place Lodge. Just with respect to RC 141, generally support all of the plan as written, the management plan, and like the idea of early announcements, even if more restrictive. I think it gives sport fishing lodge owners clarity to communicate to guests and start setting different expectations before the season starts.
All right, thank you. Mr. Delaney.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. We are in a period of low abundance of king salmon all over Upper Cook Inlet, and the inlet is connected in many ways, road system, participants. It's kind of like that cliche of you push in here and it comes out here. And by adopting management plans similar to these, especially with similar tools like the size limit, you help set expectations for a huge fishing public, and you don't end up directing participation from one restricted fishery to another fishery that maybe needs the same levels of protection. So we're in support of the management plans that are before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi again, Jason Rockfam, Wilderness Place Lodge. I just wanted to add a couple of extra things to what Mr. Delaney and what Corey behind me already said. We are, as a sport fishing lodge, in favor of the biologist's choice to be conservative with the resource. So with respect to king, as a sport fishing lodge, we're not expecting any type of retention or anything. We want what's best for the resource to attain best opportunity for all user groups, but also put the amount of fish in the river that our biologists are trained to know the proper number for the best propagation. So we're in favor of 141 and also a conservative approach to managing low abundance of kings currently. So thank you.
All right, anyone else on this subject? Go ahead, Andy.
So we've had this discussion with a few of our members. I'm looking at RC 141, and there's maybe a default position that you could offer catch and release, but on the back of the page under section D for east side Susitna River drainage is listed the annual limit reduction, close one or more weekends of fishing, but there's no catch and release option listed there. And we would certainly think that's one of the places that has had the worst level of escapement goal attainment, and catch and release might be the only option you could use. So that certainly should be listed in that group.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this proposal or management plan in general?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead, Member Wood.
If I have a moment, there's an RC 104 which relates to this proposal 199, and it has my name on it, and I just want to withdraw that RC. I'll not be bringing it on up, and just explain the circumstances under which it was generated. On several of the proposals that are here before us in this session, there were some amendments that were clearly going to be needed, and I asked that they be prepared. In this particular case, it was nothing more than taking the language that defined it by statistical areas and asked it to be converted into legal boundaries as per the wildlife troopers' request because they couldn't enforce it by statistical areas. And one group really let me know what they thought of me because they thought I was proposing everything that was included in there, and I had nothing to do with that. So in the future, and I'm going to work with Glenn and others to try and change the process a little bit so that it's quite clear what a member's doing when they ask for action to be taken. And I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wood. All right, anyone else on this proposal? We'll go ahead, Andy, or we'll get to the next ones too. Go ahead.
Just a question, are we going to the specific proposals, or are we just talking? Okay, I'll just
We will.
wait. I'll wait for that.
Okay. All right, I think that's wrapping it up. Next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to discuss Proposal 215 for the Yentna-Susitna management plans?
Yes, just summarize for the record, yep.
Okay, sure. This proposal would be real similar to the one that we were just talking about for the Deshka River, although this one would be for the, as it's written in the proposal language, specific to the Susitna and Yentna. And so the way it's broken out is our newly identified stocks. It's broken out by the east side stock, Talkeetna, and then the Yentna within this proposal 215, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So this is specifically Susitna and Yentna rivers. Anyone like to speak specifically to those? Go ahead, Andy.
So Andy Couch, and I'm going to say this is my personal opinion because I certainly haven't cleared it with either the Mat-Su-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission or with the Matanuska Valley AC. So my personal opinion, we have two weirs. One's in the Susitna drainage on the Deshka, and the other weir is on the Little Susitna River. And both of those weirs provide timely in-season management data. In the case that we did go to a restricted fish, I think it would be a restricted size limit. I think it could be a good tool for all systems, but certainly there's no measurement of those fish, what age classes, what sizes are coming in the other systems besides the Deshka and the Little Susitna. And if regulations were, say during the season, we saw that, yeah, we have a good return of large fish, and we certainly can harvest some of those. We have surplus large fish. It would be problematic to say we can allow that on those other systems unless we just went on the Deshka or the Little Sioux, and I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but I just wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you. Any other comments on Yentna, Susitna specific management plans? Go ahead, Jason.
Jason Rockfam again, Wilderness Place Lodge at Lake Creek off the Yentna. We had submitted a comment for an escapement goal, a new optimal escapement goal for the Yentna River to basically be at 16,000 fish. This was also mirrored by the Yenlo AC, and it's something that I think indicates a good index of a healthy king fishery on our side of the drainage. So please consider that, and we're in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this proposal? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 219 would just create a similar plan for predictability, but on the Little Susitna River drainage, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Andy, you want to kick this one off?
So Andy Couch, Matanuska Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I kind of outlined the approach that we had used in developing these proposals. Something different in the way that we've been managing. We haven't done this very much, maybe once, if at all, is that we're looking at the Little Susitna River and the escapement goal on the Little Susitna River, and it's the only timely in-season data. It's the only timely in-season goal that we can measure for Kinnick arm drainages and Turnagain arm drainages. And we've had some escapement issues there, just like we have in other places. So we paired some restrictions in that proposal for 3 stat areas closest to the Little Susitna River in the Northern District, that if we had shortages in the Little Susitna River, there would be paired restrictions with the commercial in those 3 closest stat areas. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Sorry, Andy, was that in the proposal 219, or is that in later proposals?
Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, we have the restrictions for the sport fishery listed in there, and those things were listed in 119, I believe. Yeah, 119. Sorry.
That's okay. Thanks. Anyone else like to speak to this proposal? All right, seeing none, we'll move on.
Proposal 199, this proposal would modify the Northern District King Salmon Management Plan by adding in 3 new provisions and amending 1. These include close the entire Northern District commercial king salmon fishery if the Deshka River sport fishery is restricted to non-retention. It would restrict the entire Northern District king salmon commercial fishery to a maximum of 6 hours per period if the Deshka River sport fishery is limited to the harvest of king salmon less than 28 inches total length. It would close the commercial king salmon fishery in statistical areas 247, 41 through 43 in the general subdistrict of the Northern District if the Little Susitna River king salmon sport fishery is closed or restricted to non-retention. It would restrict the commercial king salmon fishery to no more than 6 hours per period if statistical areas 247, 41 to 43 in the general subdistrict of the Northern District if the sport fishery in the Little Susitna River is restricted to the harvest of king salmon less than 28 inches total length. It would also provide an option to close the entire Northern District commercial king salmon fishery if the in-season escapement projections for the Deshka River is below the sustainable escapement goal. This action is not specific to a closure in the sport fishery. It It would also provide an option to restrict the Northern District king salmon fishery into statistical areas 247, 41 to 43 to no more than 6 hours per period if the in-season escapement projection of the Little Susitna River is below the SEG. This action is also not specific to the closure in the sport fishery. Mr. Chair.
All right, I see Mike Wood and the commission's name on this. Who wants to kick it off? Mike, want to take a stab on this? Andy, someone raise their hand. Or Mac, let's do Mac. There we go.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Mac Menard with the Matsu Fish and Wildlife Commission. Not as a member, as an advisor. So what we've got here is a management plan that is intended to allow some paired restrictions with the sport fishery and with the set net fishery. It would be our goal that those, I think, critical points that need to be made, principled points, would be that these plans are intended, whatever outcome we come to is equitable between the gear groups, speaks to the conservation needs, and are triggered by the measurable escapement goals and based in reality, things that we can actually measure to. That the equity and parity be examined by this board to make sure that we are indeed in alignment. And that at the end of the day, we have something that also would allow the fisheries to enjoy the benefits of a returning or increased abundance, even if it's in season. This is a relatively short season. But indeed, if we saw that bounce back, that indeed all the gear groups would be able to benefit from such a thing. Clearly, we've had quite a few discussions. And Mr. Chairman, I would almost suggest that this is an opportunity to have a general conversation about this rather than trying to focus just on singular proposals. And with that, I think I'll sit down because there are a number of other interests that have been involved in this, and I think there's some critical elements that we're coalescing around, and those elements would be the subject that I hope you guys would take away from this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. Yeah, I understand there's a group of you guys working together to bring something before the board, so that's exciting. Anyone else like to speak to this proposal or the general concept of paired restrictions in the Northern District? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Dan Billman, Northern District Set Netters Association. I have to look down here because I have things I want to read. I apologize. I just comment on some data that was given to you. It's a report, and RC 146 is a summary I prepared of it. And most of this data is a repeat of the draft report for the for this meeting. It's a Northern Cook Inlet Chinook Salmon Marine Harvest Composition 2016, 2017. This was prepared and just it's the most recent data. Some of the data that's been used is last year's analysis of it, or a previous analysis. This is a more recent one, and it's a very good report, by the way. I compliment the department on it. RC 146, I'll go through. The first page of it just is a map, so all of the members of the board can understand where the sampling areas are and the different jargon of what these different reporting areas are, where the fish are thought to be coming from, and of a particular importance to us, to me, because it affects me, but a lot of our fishermen, is the Kinnick-Turnagain area, and those are the orange dots. I'm sorry if any of you are colorblind, because they're the orange ones. And I point out in those that what's important is both the Little Sioux and the Ship Creek stocked fishery, which includes the Agglutinin tail race, are in that same reporting area. The second page of it is just a recap of the Deshka River data, which is very good, and it's the only stream in Northern Cook Inlet where the entire run can be accounted for, where you have both escapement, commercial and sport catch all accounted for, and looking at that data confirms the department's assumption. You can read it afterwards, but it confirms the department's assumption that the Northern District marine commercial fishery catches 1% to 2% of the entire run coming into the Northern District, all streams, all Chinook streams. The third page is a redo of a graph in that report, but a little bit different way of presenting it. It's just showing who catches what by these statistical areas that Andy had talked about, the general south, general north, and eastern. And what is important to point out is this analysis was done during years of low wild stock Chinook abundance. The catch of the stocks originating from the turning and reporting area represent about 35% of the Northern District commercial catch in those 2 years. These are round numbers. And the catch of the Knik, turning, and stocks are similar in the eastern and general north areas used in the study. So in absolute numbers, they're pretty darn close. Percentage-wise, they're different, but in absolute numbers. So it just shows that the catches are similar in those because they're kind of targeting the same stocks, because they're on the same side of the inlet. The last page is something I want to point out that the report actually talks about, and I highlighted and took a screenshot of the page from the report and highlighted the sentence I want to read. They're talking about the relative size of stocks and unknown hatchery contribution. You'll see it in there, the sentence reads, additionally, unknown numbers of adult Chinook salmon of hatchery origin returned to Ship Creek and Eklutna tail race. These fish have been allocated to the Knik, turning, and reporting area group and likely contributed a substantial but unknown proportion of the harvest. You can see the numbers there. I have them both as graphically and numbers. I did my own work based on the department's published data, published information to come to some idea how big the hatchery contribution could be of adults coming by. I admit there's a lot of conjecture in this. It's just to give an idea. So please don't take these numbers as absolute. I agree that they aren't perfect, but they do give an idea. And in the bottom corner, there's a graphic and numbers that give a number called hatchery Chinook return estimate. I did this by looking at the stocking levels of Chinook salmon by the Anchorage Sportfish Hatchery and their published return percentage that they're targeting in their stocking plans. So they're targeting looks like about a 2% return for Ship Creek and a 1% return for Eklutna. I think I've been talking to the people who run the hatchery. They're not seeing that.
Hey, Dan, could you summarize?
This is my point. Please look at the relative magnitudes of those to the commercial catch, Little Sioux total return, and our catch is probably dominated by hatchery fish and a very, very small proportion of Little Sioux fish in those districts.
Thank you. That was some good, very new information. Thank you. Yes, Trevor, in the back behind you, Charity.
Yeah, good afternoon, Trevor Rollman. I am a Northern District Set Netter, just speaking on my own behalf right now. I'd like to just kind of echo what Mr. Menard said. We've been having a great conversation about this topic related to proposals 199, 200, 201, and I think maybe you could even lump another one in there that was a pro Northern District Set Netter proposal asking for extra fishing time. We haven't really talked much about that one, but this would certainly address that one too. There's a RC, I believe it's 153. Do you have that yet? It wasn't published the last time I looked in the binder.
I don't think we do, no.
Okay. It's as you know, Mr. Payton and some of the other board members, it's this kind of this napkin sketch that three stakeholders put together, myself and, can I name names? Maybe I shouldn't. Anyway, we put it together, and we've been talking about that, using that as kind of a template for a way forward. There seems to be a general consensus that that's a a pretty good idea. We haven't gotten all parties to sign off on it yet, and even what you have there is relatively rough, and I'm sure you'll have questions about it. But yeah, I have 2 pages that I could read for that I drafted up as an RC of what I wanted to submit about the things that I think are wrong and what I think could be better, you know, in the way these plans or these proposals are laid out, that I am not going to stand here and read, because I think that we've got a good way forward with a roadmap there on that RC 153. So maybe I'll submit my RC that has all those reasons and things about 199 and 200 and 201. I won't read it, but yeah, I feel like we're on a good path forward, and I hope that we can draft something up with some regulatory language for you guys to take action on.
Thank you. So yeah, what I'd suggest moving forward for all stakeholders, and now moving forward, I'd like to really focus on new information, but you know, when you hand board members napkin-style proposals, I would suggest working together and with staff before we come to deliberations on this to try to get it in regulatory language as much as you can before we pick it apart. Anyone else on this proposal? Yes, go ahead, Mac. If you can keep it to new information, that'd be great.
Yes, sir, and I'm Mac Menard with Matt Nuska. I'm assuming we're closing up on this here, and I just wanted to bring up to the board's attention that in this same body of regulation, 5AAC 21366, small a, small, and numeral 3, refers to 12,500 as a cap. I would like to put out there for conversation, or at least consideration, removing that cap.
Thank you. All right, anyone else want to speak to that? We'll go over to Steve, and then we'll go to Dave, and then we'll close out with Andy, and then we have other proposals that are very similar to this we'll get to, Mike, so you'll have a chance.
Stephen Braun, the Northern District Set Netters. This 199 proposal is the only one I'm speaking to at this time, and it had the 28 inches. I just wanted to make it clear that we did not like the 28-inch limitation in the sport fishery to be tied to the commercial fishery at all. Thank you.
Thank you. That provides some clarity for the board moving forward. We'll go over to Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. You mentioned taking these kind of up as a kind of a slate of proposals on these paired restrictions. We were opposed to the paired restrictions because it takes away from the EO authority of the department to base it on abundance. We know people up in this area, there's on the king fishery, there's a cap placed on there. That cap hasn't even been close to coming to achievement. Last few years it's been closed. When there was a harvest up there, it was less than 0.5% of the total king run. Going into some of these others, so I won't stand up then and talk, is closing all the Upper Cook Inlet set in that area for a closure in a certain river or something is too extreme. That's a big area. There's a lot of places they set net that they wouldn't be harvesting those fish for certain areas, so that's shouldn't be a blanket. So that's just some of the things. Leave it back to EU authority. You have a cap. It's the harvest is small, and it doesn't look like that's going to change for quite a while. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw your hand up, Andy, and then we'll go back to Mike. And yep, some new information, please.
So Andy Couch, I'll be representing the Mat-Su-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission again. So on proposal 199, I'd refer to little a. The purpose of this management plan is to ensure an adequate escapement of king salmon into the northern district drainages. And I'd mention again that we have 2 places, only 2, where we have king salmon goals that are measured in season So if we're trying to make in-season adjustments, those are the appropriate places to make them. In response to the thought of hatchery fish, we'll certainly acknowledge there's hatchery fish there. Management is based on wild fish, not on harvesting hatchery fish in a mixed stock fishery. Wild fish take the priority. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Mike, and we'll close it with Mike and move on to the next proposal after that.
Mike Wood, I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a set netter. I just want to mention that I set net at a place that's been closed since 2010 to king salmon fishing between the Woodchip Dock and the east side of the Susitna. So I suspect that will stay closed for quite a while longer till the Chewitna River Theodore and now the Lewis that's been removed meets their escapement. Yesterday there was a discussion about how when we manage, we also need predator control. And I know this might sound ridiculous, but I think the department needs to work with the feds, Marine Mammal Protection Act or something, to take a look at the amount of seals that we are having now between the Tyonek area and the mouth of the Susitna. Talking to many old timers there's probably a good number of seals, is around 100,000, and we're looking at well over 100 seals, and we're looking at well over 400 seals right now. So just like Israel mentioned yesterday, wolf hunting, grizzly bear hunting to keep our moose population down. I really think we should look into what the amount of impact these seals are having on the salmon, especially the Chinook at the mouth of the Chewitna, the Theodore, and now that the Lewis doesn't even flow there, check it out because they're pup raising areas for these seals. And I know it sounds a little bit like a joke. I don't know how to take this seriously, but literally when you travel up to Susitna, there's like 100 seals per island, and they're all super fat. So anyhow, I don't know how to address that, but they're eating some serious kings. I just want to say the Northern District's commercial king fishery has been a consistent low harvest for decades. So the whole commercial fishery, which is either 4 or 5 days out of the entire season, which is 12 hours, has stayed with under 2,000 fish for decades. So I would refer you to Ben Allen, RC 138 that was submitted that shows the catch and release mortality compared to the Northern District harvest.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Member Godfrey.
Mike, if you would answer this question for me. I'm not sure I caught that. Thanks for correcting that 100,000, because I was about to question you on that one.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of seals.
Regarding the seals, were you
Sorry.
saying the indigenous, the Athabascan, say historically there's no history of that type of population there of the seals?
So
going 100 plus years.
I don't know that 100%, but I've been talking with Lisa Olson over here and I've been speaking with Bronwyn and letting her know about that as well. And I just said I'm willing to work with anybody to do a study or to look at this or whatever you need to do, because it is significant, and the only other way to deal with it is, people just take them out, right? Wanton waste. And we can't do that because the Marine Mammal Protection Act says it has, you have to be a member of the tribe or whatever. So I'm trying to discourage that from happening, but when you're down there and you see the amount of seals, like if you saw that many grizzly bears going after moose in a season, you'd be hitting them with 175 grains. You know what I mean? So I just think it's part of our management of a fishery should really look at the predator that is also on them as well.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, we're going to move on to Proposal 200.
Proposal 200, this proposal would close the Northern District commercial king salmon fishery when any river or stream in the Susitna River or Knik Arm drainages have a harvest restriction implemented in the king salmon sport fishery. Mr. Chair.
All right, is the proposer Ben Allen in the room? I don't see him. Anyone else like to speak to this? And I want to keep it, let's keep this moving along. New information. We heard a lot of information on the different groups of harvest. We've heard seals. We've heard, hatchery fish. So some new information would be good. Go ahead, Steve. We'll go with Steve first, then Mike. New information, please.
Yeah, I just want to address this proposal. Steve Braun, the Northern District Set Netters, and just very bluntly say, if you manage on any one stream closed, we catch 2,000 fish going to 361 streams. Half of them are Susitna. Any stream there is maybe 5 or 10 fish if we fish all periods, all season, and all we want is a reasonable opportunity, and closed is not a reasonable opportunity.
Thank you, Steve. Go ahead, Mike.
In reference to Ben Allen's proposals, 200, I believe, just please look at RC 138.
Thank you. Will do. I think we're going to move on to the next proposal, 203, please.
Proposal 203 would create a paired management provision that links the liberalization of the Jessica River king salmon sport fishery daily bag limit to 2 or more king salmon, with an option to open 1 additional 6-hour fishing period per week in the Northern District directed commercial king salmon fishery. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is Betty Gilchrist in the room? Would anyone else like to speak to it? Steve, we'll go with you, and then we'll go up front here.
Yeah, thank you, Steve Braun, Northern District Set Netters. Betty is not here today. She left yesterday. And this addresses just there's no provisions in the management plan to liberalize the Northern District king salmon fishery in times of abundance. And she just chose, if you increase the bag limit in the Deshka, liberalize us. But the overarching point is there's no language to reopen us. Usually if it's a closure, it's for the remainder of the season. And this just goes to, if there's abundance, please allow for reopening the Northern District king salmon fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Hand the mic over to Dan there. No, the other Dan. Yeah, sorry.
Dan Billman, Northern District. Just to follow up with Steve, that issue of reopening, not liberalizing, reopening is being talked about in the group that's working on language that might be connected to Proposal 201.
Thank you. That sounds good. We're going to go up to Mr. Anderson, then Mr. McCombs, and I think close it out with Mr. McCombs.
Yes, Stan Anderson, speaking on behalf of myself. I've been kept my mouth shut through all this stuff, but I'm passionate about kings too. So I hear about the issues with kings and low abundance and things, but I continually hear catch and release, and then I hear a number of 8%, and I think that goes. Probably that's the best case scenario, and it's really fish by fish basis, system by system. And I wouldn't want to see, because you let catch and release happen in the river, a trigger wouldn't happen to allow some Northern District set netters to be allowed to have an extra opening or whatever. As far as the hours or length of gear or anything like that, I don't have any opinions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know me, and I've said it before, I'm all against paired restrictions. However, I'm absolutely in favor of paired opportunity, and I have to say, in times of abundance, all users should benefit by that. So I support this proposal, even though Betty's not here. Thank you.
All right, there seemed to be some good general consensus on paired opportunity. So next proposal, please.
Proposal 201, this would amend the Northern District king salmon management plan to pair restrictive actions in the Jessica River sport fishery and the Northern District directed commercial king salmon fishery. Mr. Chair.
All right, I guess we'll kick this off with Steve, if you want to talk about your proposal and any new information we haven't heard on things.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen Braun, Northern District Set Netters. This was our attempt at the proposal writing stage to put in some paired restrictions. Sport fish, comm fish. I won't go over these, it's not new. I'll just refer you to RC 153. We're currently working on that roadmap with other user groups. and hope to be working after this committee is done, so we can put something forward to you. So I won't take the time to go through these four because they're in flux. Thank you.
Thank you, that sounds good. I think the board's anxious to see a general consensus on this coming forward shortly. Yes, Dan, go ahead.
Dan Billman, Northern District Set Editors. I comment on that proposal since I spent a lot of time writing it. Our goal was also to make them very short and succinct on how to, on what the pairs are, to keep it a very simple management strategy that's easy for implementation and understanding.
Thank you. Mr. Couch. Any new information and then specific to the proposal?
Andy Couch, talking specifically to these proposals, Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee. And our advisory committee noticed, looking at these 4 points, that 2 of the points were liberalizations to where the Northern District Fishery is fishing right now. And 2 of the points, point 2 and 3, were just similar to how the department has been managing this under EO authority. So I just wanted to put that out. Thanks.
Yep, I think we heard that this is all in flux and you guys are working together on something. Anyone else like to speak to these Northern District things before we move on? All right, seeing none, next proposal, please.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 225 would limit retention of king salmon to hatchery fish as indicated by a missing adipose fin downstream of the marker currently marking the lower terminus of the Clutna tail race fishery to the Knik River's confluence with Knik Arm, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Andy, would you like to speak to your proposal?
Andy Couch, speaking as an individual, as a fishing guide business owner. I felt that the write-up on this proposal was a little bit unfair. And yes, there is a proposal to have a limit. But the real part of this proposal is on the Knik River. There's a portion of the Knik River that is open with the Clutna tail race fishery. And all I'm doing is suggesting that more area be added. And within that new area, I'm suggesting that the fishing, the harvest be limited to clipped fin hatchery fish. This addresses 2 concerns. Last year, for the most part of the king salmon season, the only place available to fish for king salmon in the Northern Cook Inlet Management Area was this area right here. It's a very small area. There's more water than there is good water to fish. It's very shallow going up the side channel of the Knik. In my experience, I guided trips there. We caught fish in 3 different anchor spots, and that was it in the entire fishery. Now, when you put everybody in that same area, you go trips at a time that you don't get to fish in one of those spots. And all you're doing is anchored and sitting there, and people get bored. And I thought, wouldn't it be better if I could offer them, would you guys like to go fish in another spot? When you fish that other spot, there is a potential to catch a hatchery clipped fish. I have never seen one in this fishery. I would like the department to clip those fish, but this would basically be a catch and release fishery, just providing some more area. There might be fin clipped fish that gets harvested there. I know that because when I fish the Deshka and the Little Susitna, occasionally one of my clients does catch a fin clipped fish, and there are no fish stocked there. Thank you.
Go ahead and hold the mic, Andy, so I'm a little unclear. So you're saying you would only keep fin-clipped fish, but in the department's comments, it's indicating they don't clip the fins on these fish. So how would you catch one that's fin-clipped if they don't do that?
So, yeah, I tried to explain that with my comment to the Dashka River. When we're fishing the Dashka River with clients, occasionally one catches a fin-clipped fish that may have been headed up to Willow Creek, or maybe it was headed to Ship Creek. Who knows? There's some straying. Same thing when I'm fishing the Little Susitna River. There's never been any hatchery introduction into the Little Susitna at all. But occasionally, we'll catch a fin-clipped king salmon, and we still catch fin-clipped coho salmon, even though there has not been any coho salmon, I believe, stocked in the Little Susitna since 1996.
Okay, sorry, I'll ask you. I guess what I'm understanding is it would be not necessarily a hatchery fish from a Clutina tail race, but just a kind of a random hatchery fin-clip fish that strayed up there. Is that correct?
Yes, so what I'm saying is if you did happen to catch one of those fish, and the goal of the department with hatchery fish is that we harvest all of them, you would be allowed to harvest it.
All right, thank you. I'm following you now on that one. All right, any other comments on this proposal? Seeing none, I believe that concludes Committee of the Whole Group 5, and I hand the gavel back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Great job. Since our schedule is looking not too bad at this point, I believe we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Committee of the Whole Group 6, led by Mr. Jensen. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.